Good evening, everyone. I call to order this May 28th, 2025 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. The traditional first item on the agenda is public comment for any items that are not on the agenda. Ms. Dowd, do we have any speakers?
I believe a roll call first.
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Here, I think.
Vice Chair Chang. Here. Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner James.
Here.
Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, do we have any comments on items not on the agenda?
No, I have no request to speak.
Very good. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, and deletions?
No, we don't, though I will note that we did provide you today with some responses to Planning Commission comments or questions on the transportation parking item today.
Did everyone have a chance to review those? I hope. Okay.
Sorry,
All right.
I'm having a technical difficulty where I can hear everything coming through my iPad as well here, and I don't know how to turn it off.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Armour, city official reports.
Yes, thank you. All right, so first, looks like we are going to be canceling both of the June meetings because at this point, we do not have any agenda items scheduled for either of those dates. And when I prepared this PowerPoint, we didn't have any agenda items yet set for the July 9th meeting. Since then, I've actually heard from the team that's working on the Coverly Community Center, and they'd like to bring their 3 conceptual plans for discussion by PTC on that July 9th meeting. So that is tentatively scheduled for that meeting at this time. We've had a lot going on with council and have some additional items coming up in June. Last night, City Council had a special meeting on Tuesday instead of Monday because of the holiday. They considered the continuation of the 4075 El Camino Way planned community modifications. They have actually decided to remand that item to PTC with a request for additional redesign. During the meeting, there was discussion of the PTC recommendation and the applicant's proposal. And at one point during the meeting, the applicant suggested that they may be able to revise their current proposal to remove the 3rd floor units to reduce the privacy and other height and bulk of that building. And so council chose to direct them to return to PTC for review of a revised plan, removing those so that it would be between 11 and 13 units instead of the 16 that was previously proposed. And so we will do staff review and then bring it back to you when it is ready. The other item that was on the agenda last night was the El Camino Real focus area that was approved with some additional modifications. They did add 3 additional parcels and directed staff to do some additional work on that as well. And then upcoming next week, City Council has a number of different items that weren't reviewed, or 2 of which were reviewed by PTC, the Bike and Ped Transportation Plan. There's going to be a study session, and then Safe Streets for All plan is on their consent calendar. We will also be bringing an urgency ordinance in accordance with Senate Bill 1123, which is similar in some ways to what we know of SB 9, which is a 2-unit subdivision expedited review, ministerial review. This would actually be for a 10-unit subdivision, but it's pretty narrow, the types of properties that it would apply to. And then note that City Council will be on summer break. Their final meeting of June will either be June 16th, or if they have additional items after that meeting, they could potentially continue to the 17th. And then they will be closed until their first meeting on August 4th. And then I wanted to share the news, which was shared via email with all of you, that Veronica is going to be leaving the city of Palo Alto after 9 years of service. Huge loss to all of us. I wanted to wish her well. She's going to be the new town clerk for the town of Portola Valley. So very excited for this new opportunity. And that concludes my report. That concludes my report, but I do have a couple of other things I did want to check in on. One being the printed zoning maps that were discussed at the previous meeting. Wondering if by a show of hands, we could see how many people are interested in receiving them. All right, I see 5. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Is Mr. Baird with us tonight?
Good evening, PTC. Can you all hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I brought a fairly short item, and this has kind of been this is sort of the kickoff of an important work item in the Office of Transportation for some time now. Are we, is this regarding, are we ready for the item now, Jennifer, or are we?
I was looking for a report from the Office of Transportation in general.
So if you have any items to report, as Rafael Ruiz usually does.
Yes, I checked in with Rafael. We did not have any particular items to report in. We did have a quick update that we are in conversation with Caltrans still about the El Camino Real project. I know there were some questions about the parking removal there, and Office of Transportation continues to be kind of in conversation with both businesses and residences in that area. The no parking signs are going up, and so there will be a change in enforcement soon as no parking signs go up along the corridor. It's been in a lot of flux the last about half a year or so.
And in addition, in terms of transportation news, I also believe we wanted to share that next week our new director for the Office of Transportation will be starting with the city.
Very good. That's
yeah,
excellent.
so that
Excellent
announcement
news.
has been public. Yeah, I'm very excited about our new director. I previously worked with Ria Hudabaratlo at City of Mountain View. And so very excited to be working with her again. So she should be on board very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Does that conclude city official reports?
Yes, thank you.
I believe it does. All right, then we are ready for agenda item number 2. Oh, pardon me, we have questions. Commissioner Templeton, then Vice Chair Chang.
I did not press any button for questions.
Vice Chair Chang.
My question is for Mr. Baird, or maybe Assistant Director Armour. Do we know if the new Director of Transportation will be the one able to give us the updates now that we have one?
I am going to defer to her as to who will be giving those updates moving forward, but we will definitely invite her to join our next Planning and Transportation meeting. I'm sure she will want to be here at least for that meeting, then as needed.
Okay, as one commissioner, I would love it if we could have like that continuous representation, just at least at the beginning of the meetings. I think it would facilitate communication.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Plus one to that. I really appreciate having the opportunity to meet her. So perhaps we can start off on the right foot. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. Let's move on to agenda item number 2. Mr. Baird.
Good evening. So I'll actually keep my remarks quite short. I don't have a presentation for you because I do want to refer to the staff report mostly. This is an attempt to really kickstart a more regular update to this group about our parking data. And we thought we would just kind of start off with some very basic University Avenue parking occupancy data that we have in the garages and lots. There was a number of questions related to, what is the other types of data that we have, and we do look forward to also trying to get the sales data published more regularly, and the RPP permit sales data and some occupancy reporting in those areas too. It has taken us a little bit longer to get more regular data reporting going than we had planned, but we are still working on that, and we hope to have some movement soon. We're bringing on a new permit management and citation vendor. We previously had 2 separate contracts in the city with other departments. We now have a single contract with that permit and citation vendor. The police department, administrative services department, and Office of Transportation have been very involved in kind of working together to get just kind of that contract really helps us set the stage for many of the things that we want to do. The other kind of data on the other piece of the data front is the new APGS systems that are coming online by Public Works. Public Works has been working on those since last summer. Those will be coming online very soon. Those are in our 4 largest garages and will go a long way toward advertising the really kind of abundant parking resources we have in the city, particularly at, as some of you mentioned, Copper Webster, and also the upper levels of the Bryant Garage. The other piece that I wanted to say was, yes, I previously presented a long kind of laundry list of things that we wanted to do. And we also had kind of a parking action plan. And one of those values was really kind of making more data-based decisions and having more public engagement on that data. And so we will be working toward, the 2 tables that you have in front of you today and the map. We'll have those into a dedicated parking data portal on the website soon. And then we'll continue to just kind of add to that. And what I would like to suggest is that I would be happy to kind of come back to this group more regularly to review that data, to let you know what recent updates we've made. And so this is just sort of kind of the start of us. The real takeaways I wanted to point out from the data in front of you is that there really has been a change, but some of the basic trends in the University Avenue garages and lots are still the same. We still have a lot of availability in the upper levels, and it still feels like there's not enough parking when you're right at University Avenue or when you're looking at some of the more desirable lots. And there's a question about what I meant by the most accessible lots. It really is, we have our downtown, there's just a lot more traffic centered right at University Avenue and High Street over toward Hamilton. We have the 2 lots, right, surface lots right there, and then the Alma High Garage. That is where it really feels like it's difficult to find parking. And then we have more availability as you move away from High Street toward Middlefield and get toward the Bryant and Copper Webster garages. And so we really do hope the APGS project helps advertise that availability, but we also want to keep monitoring it. We still believe there might be some benefit to considering doing some curb pricing on University Avenue or some other areas, but we really want that conversation to be based on regular automated data that we have. So we're working toward that. Still don't quite have the pieces in place yet, but we do expect to see a lot of movement this next fiscal year in particular. Happy to take questions now. I know that oftentimes we release this sort of data and it just kind of begs the question, like, what other data do we have? So yeah, I'm very committed to bringing on more data online and getting these sorts of tables online and having more and more good public discussion about how we can improve parking in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Do we have clarifying questions from the commission? Vice Chair Chang.
So I'm not so sure that this is clarifying, but it's a big picture kind of contextual question. So I think it's probably the appropriate time. So I know that one of my first BTC meetings about 4 years ago was it was a parking work plan. And I think it would be really helpful preceding all of the comments to understand sort of the major things in the parking world that have been done since then. So I remember us talking about wayfinding and automatic license plate readers and all sorts of things. Like, it would be helpful for me to understand what of those things are currently in progress already. Sort of like your big efforts. I know that you had a Gantt chart of like many items, so I'm not trying to get to that level of granularity. But for example, is the automatic license plate reader system in place, or to what extent it is? Like, we talked about some wayfinding, and you mentioned some wayfinding, but is there other wayfinding things that are in the works, so that we don't waste our time saying, please do these things that are already in the works?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot there. I think then one of the main things that happened when we moved forward some policy changes in 2021, and there was some real concerns from some of our resident parking advocates about some apparent discrepancies in our pricing. And so, we talked about a lot of stuff back then, but the real concern that we heard was that, the downtown RPP employee permits were more affordable than the garages and lot permits. And so we did a policy change. The garage and lot permits are now more affordable than those employee permits. We also only had low income
Can you share
permits
with us, just because we're going to ask the question, I'm sure, later on, can you share with us what that differential is?
We've gone with setting the garages and lots, I believe, are like 75% of the price of the garage of the RPPs. And so, because we've continued to make changes to the prices each year, based on kind of rising costs and some other issues, but we will continue to have kind of that relationship now between the garage and lot pricing and the nearby district. And then we did the same thing for California Avenue and the surrounding Evergreen Park Mayfield permit prices and Southgate permit prices. So those two are set in that sort of relationship where we are trying to encourage with the pricing, garage and lot preferability. And then that way, we do have some businesses both in downtown and California Avenue or near California Avenue where the residential permits are really the better option for them. But they will continue to be just probably about 25% more expensive. Some other major things that we've done regarding license plate reading, we were able with our permit citation and management to purchase some license plate reader enforcement in 2021 as well. And so we've been enforcing with LPR in the some of the resident districts since then. And so the police department continues to patrol in Crescent Park, which is a no overnight program, College Terrace, and then our two commercial districts. And so those, because police department and their CSOs, their customer service officers do the enforcement, we don't do LPR yet with them. We've been continuing to have that conversation. We do believe there may be room to that may change in the near future, but it's a conversation that we will be having with ASD, the police department, and City Clerk as we figure out with our new citation and permit management vendor what their capabilities are and how they could work with the whole city family in terms of making changes to that. We've also experienced some difficulty, from the beginning, we thought that the LPR systems, they certainly have saved us on enforcement costs, but they have not, it's been not as easy for us to at the same time get the parking occupancy data out of those regular patrols that we were hoping to get. There are better and better tools each year. And so I'm hopeful with our new vendor that we'll be able to figure out that piece in particular, because that regular occupancy counting really will help us have many of the conversations that we need to have to circle back to the long laundry list of action items that we wanted to talk about and kind of have good robust public discussion and opinions about, but have all that discussion kind of based in good understanding of what's happening in the neighborhoods where these programs exist. Finally, I'm trying to think one other piece of this. Yeah, the data, the APGS project really will give us more regular data. I'm trying to think if there's some other major movement that we had.
So there was a hypothesis in pre-meeting that perhaps the wayfinding signs, like not just the APGS, but so APGS helps you once you get to the garage or to the entrance of the garage to know if there's going to be capacity inside as well as where those spots actually are. But I remember a lot of discussion 4 years ago about wayfinding in general. So about directing people who are circling to those garages. Has there been movement on that?
Before I arrived, there was kind of a wayfinding work done where we kind of established some parking branding for signage, but that project didn't go much farther than being utilized, I believe, for the most recent garage. The Copper Webster and the Bryant garage both have some of that updated kind of parking branding that we've been utilizing. The new APGS screen signs that we'll have will make use of the same branding with blue signs. There are a lot of parking signs up around University Avenue and the downtown generally, the little green peace signs. That legibility is sometimes not great unless you're like really looking for it. So sometimes there's a sea of those green signs with the P's on them and you don't really see them. We've updated in the California Avenue district to use the new high-vis California MUTCD standard. So those ones are a little bit more visible. They're a green on white, and they do kind of pop out a little bit more. So that is something that we could potentially look at, but that hasn't been developed yet as like a CIP. It hasn't kind of risen to the top yet in terms of a wayfinding project. But we do have a great many of the standard green parking signs in downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the other thing that we keep talking about in terms of wayfinding, related to wayfinding, is the potential, if we did do some curb pricing, we might also do mobile payment. And if we were to do mobile payment, there are certain sort of data points that could be shared on an API so that you could pay by app or find a space by app, and use potentially some like real-time parking availability data for folks coming in who use those types of apps, or release it publicly so that your wayfinding app could help you find a space. But we're quite far from that possibility even, and it's something we'll have some discussion with the new vendor about to see what the capabilities are, what the price would be. There's a lot of work to be done to figure out whether that makes sense for us or not.
Okay, thanks. Because you mentioned it, it did remind me of one other big discussion topic. I can't remember if it was 4 years ago or maybe 3 years ago, but there was a lot of discussion that we had with you at one point about demand. What's the terminology? Well, charging for
dynamic
parking.
pricing.
Dynamic pricing, yes. And so I don't know if the pandemic and current utilization changed the priority of moving to paid parking as well as dynamic pricing, but it would be helpful if you just provided some context for all of us on that as well.
Yeah, so I would say right now, we really thought, I was curious about dynamic pricing. You'll see it where parking is difficult. It really does help when you have different types of parking demand at different types of day. It's been more utilized in some of the bigger cities. I don't think our current usage is a little bit, I don't know if we need it yet. I think a more kind of important first conversation to have is just about paid parking in general, curb pricing in general. And the way that we've been talking about it and thinking about it lately is just how undifferentiated much of our parking is. And so if you want to park right at University Avenue and High Street on the street, you can circle around till you find that same price. The only price you pay is the 2-hour limit. And so the only differentiation we have is that some of our garages at the upper levels have the farthest away parking does have some 3-hour spaces. So if you want to stay a little bit longer, you can find a spot that's a little bit more removed and get another extra hour free. But right now, most of the garage and lot spaces are a couple hours, and that's not any different than any of the curb locations. And so that does kind of encourage people to kind of float around, just to drive in circles. A lot of the congestion that we see probably is folks just looking for a spot right next to where they want to be. And so there's any sort of pricing to differentiate that. Just a little bit more expensive might help folks, encourage folks to use that garage availability. But in the meantime, again, the APGS system hopefully will also help that happen.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the methodology behind the counting. So I'm looking at packet page 10, and let's just take noon. If the count is 496, does that mean like somebody went at noon on the dot and just counted the number of cars there? Can you talk a little bit more about this?
Yeah, so these are fairly expensive counts to be done. We've been using contract vendors to do these sorts of counts. It is at those times. In previous years, kind of pre-2020, when we had a lot more employee permit sales, we were really utilizing those counts to kind of gauge how many more permits than actual spaces we could provide, because there's a particular kind of show rate that we were really analyzing previously. Since then, permit sales are really down, and we have not needed that fine-grained detail in terms of that show rate as much. The show rate's probably dramatically changed. And so now, you have a little bit more of a summary level. So even in 2019, we did like a 9 a.m. count as well. But if you look at the 2017 to 2019 data, which we will publish to the website soon, I hope, the 9 a.m. was always just not that busy. And even now, if you walk around downtown, 8, 9 a.m. is not as busy as 11 or noon. And so we've kind of ended up kind of streamlining the count in 2024 to save costs a little bit. It is expensive. We do it in the spring or fall, usually at least once a year. Try to do it regularly around the same time, not before school's out. We try to do it like at a nondescript time where it's like not summer break, not any particular break, just kind of, we want to get kind of a most typical day possible. So we try to pick like a midday in the fall, or a midday or a midweek in the spring or fall for these counts. And yes, it is a contracted transportation firm that does these sorts of things. And someone goes around at each of those time points to get, it's kind of a point in time count. Other questions about that? Does that make sense?
So specifically, we never expect the occupancy to be over 100% because this should be a point in time count. Just to clarify that.
So your question you sent was a good question. I think there is some issue with the data. I have not had a chance yet to kind of problem solve that data, but I will hopefully try to correct that data point soon before we publish it to the website. And this is why I haven't released a lot more data, because once we do kind of get into it, these are point in time counts. Sometimes things have happened. My guess is that the 2019 count, maybe artificially there was fewer spaces available that day. because of some construction project or something. Some of those spaces were offline, and so that's why there was 36 spaces that time, and then maybe in 2024 there was just more spaces available. I will go out physically and count myself at some point, and then do a little homework to figure out what may have been happening at both of those count dates. But yeah, there's definitely an issue with that particular count data on that row.
So my follow-up question was just like, can you talking about what's making it difficult to release the previous data? It sounds like it's mostly just data discrepancies that we don't want to confuse people. Is that generally why the previous data hasn't been released yet?
Generally, yes. And then also I wanted to give you a couple different counts in time that could be kind of comparable, that were done very similarly. So many of the 2017 to 2019 counts have a lot more of the different data, the different stall types. And so there's a little bit of granularity that's available there, but we don't have that same granularity with the 2014 counts. And so some of the granularity, when you start comparing them back and forth, you can't compare some of the data points. And so I wanted to share data points that we could compare reasonably.
Yeah, and then I just have a couple quick data quality questions, which is like in table 2 on packet page 10, it shows that Ramona Litton is just blanked out. It just means there's no data available?
Yes, there's some
Okay.
issue with that data.
Yep, and then my last follow-up question here is on packet page 10 in both table 1 and table 2, 4 of the garages are asterisked at the top. But is there I didn't see any explanation. Could you point me to why they're like that?
Yeah, that was just a typo on my part. I meant to provide a caption that pointed out that those are our four largest garages, and the 4 garages that are receiving are at the APGS project.
Okay, thank you.
Last call for clarifying questions. All right, I think we can move on to public comment now. Ms. Dow, do we have speakers?
Yes, just one from Nielsen.
I'm in the go position. Okay. I brought some handouts that reflect the email attachments I have sent to you. I don't want you to get distracted during my 3-minute presentation because I obviously have my golden words saved up for you. First of all, I'd like to thank Nathan and the Office of Transportation for advancing the management of parking light years in the last 2 or 3 years. A lot has been accomplished, and we've got professionals working on things that when I started with this 13, 14 years ago, we couldn't get on first base in terms of data collection or data management. So what I want to do tonight is to ask you all to be thinking about what's the follow-up to this meeting and trying to get more stakeholders here talking to you about the administrative practices, what's going well, what's not, as Nathan just went through, but also what I think is the failure of good policies. And that's what I want to talk about briefly tonight, is that we can chase all the administrative details and capture of data that we want to, and it's an essential part of the traffic and parking management. But we have got to have much better policies so that we're not chasing our tails as much as we are. A lot's been accomplished, but the fact of the matter is we're still chasing our tails. And I'd like to illustrate that by talking about 4 policy improvements from my perspective. I'm sure the downtown merchants, I'm sure the landlords and other people have also comments about what they think of the policy improvements that should be done. So let me just enumerate the 4 that I've sent to you by email. First of all, you can't solve the problem without equally taking the parking capacity, the commercial parking capacity in the neighborhoods that is in the downtown core, the public parking and the private parking that's in the buildings. That needs to be integrated a whole lot more. I happen to spend a lot of time on both inventories. At one time, I could almost recite the occupancy and demand by the hour of the day during the work week. So that inventory and depiction of that inventory is really important. Data collection is important, policy is important, but if you can't graphically present the data to people, nobody's ever going to really understand it. I ask you to really investigate what are the powers of the parking assessment district. I think every policy is elusive until we can better understand how much of the parking is under the control of the parking assessment district, how much of it's under control of Nathan and the Office of Transportation. That's probably in litigation. We probably can't chase it down, but it's been a lightning in a bottle for 13 years. I've done every discovery I can to find out where the powers are and how long they will last in perpetuity or not. I think you need to get involved with that policy. Number three, the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan has a very important sentence in it. It says it's the policy and desire of the council and the city to promote commerce, but not at the expense of the residential neighborhoods. That ought to be a header on the conversation that Nathan just presented. He and Philip did a whole lot of improvement. I can't compliment them enough, but at times we lose sight of some really big policy issues. Not even the policy issues, the statement of values. Promote commerce, but not at the expense of the residential neighborhoods. That's an anchor point for me, and I hope it would be for you too. Number four, the design of the RP zones. That gets to be a bit complicated, but how those zones are laid out and how they relate to the commercial core is really important. I would like to think that you'd follow up with the new director and Nathan and the neighborhoods and have a conversation about how the zones operate and how they operate well and how they don't operate well. And additionally, don't ever forget that the neighborhoods are also have a heavy load of 2-hour parking. That's going to end my time almost, and I did my very best effort to keep it simple. I had a number of administrative type things I would like to talk about, but I don't think they're terribly productive until we have the follow-up, and particularly I have a chance to talk with the new director of parking and transportation. The Office of Transportation is terribly important, and the director is too.
And we are out of time for tonight.
Thank you.
But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Yes, I think we have to move on, but don't forget your mic was off there too, so we might not have recorded everything that you said. Ms. Dowd, do we have any other speakers?
No, just the one.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. That was very helpful. Commissioner Templeton, did you have a?
Oh, I just wanted to check and see if we still wanted to keep the 3-minute time frame, because we should be consistent about that, but we can talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Before we open it up for general discussion, I know we'll be analyzing the data that are before us tonight. I would also like us to get on the record about what additional data we would like to see, and just as importantly, why, because I think that will inform all of our future policy discussions, not just the data, but the rationale. So I hope in your comments that you'll be addressing both of those issues. All right, we're ready to go. No discussion? There we go. Commissioner Heckman, followed by Vice Chair Chang.
So yeah, I wasn't intending to lead off, but I will. I think my focus on this item was more big picture than data driven. It seems to me that, and it really relates to the wayfinding that Vice Chair Chang referred to. If we can get people who want to be downtown to a parking space more simply, so that they don't have to go to a second space or circle, then we're getting those people parked sooner. We're taking that traffic off the road. And so really, I was sort of thinking conceptually, what are some of the ways that could be done? And so I wrote down some ideas, and I'm curious to hear from Mr. Baird whether these are done anywhere. So, and I'll go from what I think is, I guess, the least likely to the most likely. So least likely, when I'm driving up to Tahoe, I think there's a sign on the side of the road that says, dial 511 for traffic and weather, right? And it's localized, right? Because I've been in other states where you dial 511 and you're not getting the Tahoe when you're in Boise. So it's some sort of localized system. And I was wondering if something like that could be localized in Palo Alto so that you could, as you're approaching downtown, you could get a report on, what lots are full, what lots are available. For me, the downside of that is now we're encouraging people to be on their phone while they're driving. So I didn't love that. So that was one idea. A second idea, maybe a little more practical, but maybe not totally realistic either, was a website that I'm getting ready to leave my house in some part of Palo Alto or nearby, and I'm going to be in downtown in 15 minutes. Is there a website I can look at that'll show me the garages and the availability? And so I can sort of pick a garage before I go and not have to waste time circling. And so I don't know if that might be, we're planning to pack a lot of things onto our website, and I don't know if that is a functional possibility. And then the third thought I had, and I might have seen some version of this in some other local communities, and that is signage as you're coming into town from like peak gateways. I'm thinking both ends of University. You can talk about both ends of Hamilton and Lytton, but basically a sign that had, all 6 of our garages and maybe some number of our lots, at least the biggest ones, with arrows, left or right, and then, a red, green, or yellow light to tell people this one's full. There's a lot of capacity here. And so again, immediately as I'm driving in, the place I was thinking I was going to park, that's a red light. There's not going to be parking there. I'm not going to go to that lot. I'll try a different one. And I, kind of follow the arrows. So for me, the drawback there is it's like more sign clutter. These have to be large enough so you could see them. And if they're going to have, even six garages plus, 2 or 3 lots, then that's a lot of information. It has to be big enough people read as they're driving by. So again, I don't know whether any of those are practical, but really that was kind of the level of thinking I was at, is to marshal whatever the data is. It's going to lead us to try to distribute parkers to where the parking is. And with some preferences to, put that parking in the lots, in the garages, off the residential streets to the extent we can. And so I was thinking the data should be driving us in that direction, but how do we communicate that information to people to get them more efficiently into a parking space downtown? So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Vice Chair Chang.
Commissioner Heckman said much of what I would have said anyway. But the biggest thing is that I have lived in Palo Alto for like almost 45 years. And as I was looking at this list of parking garages, like I forget. I don't think I've been in some of them. And I forget that some of them exist because they look like, some of the garages look like they are just private parking, right? Private parking garages. And so, but if I contrast that to my experience, say in Redwood City or think Burlingame are the two that I can think of. I feel like there's like very big blue signs with P's telling me where to go. And so I think that we could benefit from that type of infrastructure. Now, my gut tells me that should be kind of like low hanging fruit and relatively inexpensive compared to some of the more technological solutions, but I may be very wrong there. So I love the idea of the guided parking assistance once I get to the garage, but I worry that people aren't going to get to those garages. So that's the biggest piece of feedback that I would have. And then the second is that given how underutilized the garages are, and I realize that we need more data, I just wonder, and if neighbors in the RPPs are still saying that there's not enough parking spaces there, I wonder if we should potentially increase the parking differential, the price differential between the two, because, or maybe even just say that the employee parking has to be in the garages or something like that. So, or maybe a set number that per employee or percentage per employee that are allowed to be on the street. But maybe I think we could do more there. But it's hard to know without seeing the data. So it's just kind of just an idea. Thanks.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I will agree with Vice Chair Chang's assessment of the ease of parking in public garages in Redwood City. I had a couple of other experiences that came to mind. One was trying to park at Stanford for an event. That was interesting because it has changed since I went there. They now have they book a section of a garage and you can reserve it in advance until their slots fill up, and then you know you can't go. Or you can't park if you go. So that's an interesting thing. I also went to see my son at the Giants game, so I had to park up there, and now they don't let you, that lot C is not a thing. You reserve a spot in some random garage, your preferred distance or cost from the thing. It sounds a little bit like what the automated parking guidance system could theoretically be one day. I'm not entirely sure. And we had something similar to that in San Jose when I went to see something at the Performing Arts Center down there. So it does sound like the idea of getting a little bit more automation and having the ability to plan in advance, like Commissioner Heckman mentioned, would be useful. What I'm not really clear on is to the extent that that's feasible for us, right? Like what's our distance to get there? And, Mr. Barrett, if you want to chime in about that, you can. I don't know if that's like a long-term vision or something you'd like to talk about sooner. Do you have anything to share there, or just what we've said is enough?
So I think what I'm hearing is that we could have, some refreshment with our signage. The way that we do our CIP process is, it's a very public process, but this is kind of how our CIP process starts, where we have a discussion about what types of improvements we want in the city. What I can commit to doing over the next year with a new director is like just starting to think about what sort of costs might be involved. I think, as a someone who's been paying attention to parking a lot more the last 5 years, and someone whose mentors really talked about the key part of, people don't want to think about parking too much. And so pricing can really help us think about parking kind of right when we come across it. And so, the industry standard in parking now is in commercial areas in particular, you want to have a space or two available wherever there is parking. And so, the more the places, if you are monitoring the occupancy, then you can kind of over time set the price accordingly. So if the occupancy is showing you that it's already at 85, 95%, those are places where it'd be likely helpful to charge a little bit more, or to make, charge a little bit more in terms of the hourly price, or charge a little bit more in that, like, maybe we have some of those zones could be 2 or 3 hours. Maybe some of those zones could go down to 1 hour. Maybe we need some more short-term parking in some spots.
Okay, so if
just
I'm
to
going to
help
summarize
differentiate things.
if I'm going to summarize what you said, is you'd like to think more about occupancy and pricing and duration, and less about the user experience. Right
No,
now.
I think the user experience is important. These all work together, and the treatments that we would want to do or could do, need to be based in what our user experience is. So certainly, like, part of my prioritization, part of my goal with presenting this parking data is that I think the parking data does help me ground the various different stakeholder user groups in kind of the conversation about what reality is, get people on the kind of the same page of what we're looking at. Where is it difficult to park? Who is it difficult to park for? One of the things I didn't mention previously is we do know that it is difficult for part-time employees to find parking that's appropriate. Our current employee programs are quarterly and annual permits. So if you're someone who just comes in a few times a week, you can kind of shuffle your car around with our current policies and kind of be okay. And that's not ideal. We'd rather we find the right kind of permit for them, so we're not kind of encouraging them with a permit that feels too large for them. So there's again, the laundry list of things that we could do is really long. What we want to do is kind of get the same page on what can most move the needle for everybody at the same time. So far, wayfinding has been something that everybody can agree on that is helpful. So the APGS project is going to be a really huge improvement. That simple advertisement of the parking available at every level at those garages that are largest will go really far. And we can certainly continue to have a conversation about what to layer on top of that as next additional measures. And you are right about the new APGS systems. There's a lot of capability there. There's the capability to potentially publish that data regularly. There's the potential to have, people do use these systems for dynamic pricing where the price changes at different times of day. I don't think we're quite there yet. We need to kind of take incremental, not necessarily incremental, but take steps that are really going to feel like wins for us in this realm, since our policies have been kind of basically the same for some time.
Okay,
good. So with what feels good.
Thank you for that. I think what we'll do then is we'll be able to talk about maybe some long-term hopes and goals, but some maybe shorter-term specific feedback for you tonight. On that note, the thing that Vice Chair Chang mentioned that deserves some extra attention is that employee parking in our garages instead of on RPPs is a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. I have no other lights here. Is anyone else ready to go? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I also just want to start by saying that I have pretty extensive background looking at transportation data. So that's why I apologize for my questions during clarifying questions, just nitpicking some of that data there. I want to talk, kind of take a little bit of a step back in terms of the discussion that we've had here, in that in my almost 25 years in living in Palo Alto, I've actually never had a problem parking in downtown. And I think it's because I've learned which garages are almost always empty, right? So, for example, I'm a huge utilizer of the Ramona University garage, which according to our data is at like the mid 30s in terms of utilization. Therefore, when I show up at that garage, I can find a spot, right? And so I think that I want to echo Vice Chair Chang's comment about kind of low-hanging fruit, right? Instead of it'd be great to have all this kind of data, right? But I really think that the sign that says like parking here is like maybe less than a foot large. That's like it's a little bit brown too, I believe, and so it's a little bit hard to see. I think that if we just simply pointed people at the garages, that we would get a much better occupancy. So, under just another general feedback, I would have loved to see this in a heat map form, but I basically drew out my own heat map based on the data. So I wrote all the data points from the table on packet page 10 geographically onto the map on packet page 9. And so I want to talk specifically about, for example, the High Alma North garage, which according to the table on packet page 10 has a 36% or 38% occupancy, but its neighboring adjacent garages, which is the Alma High South garage, and the one literally touching it, has 99% and 95%, right? So what that tells me isn't that we don't have enough space. We clearly have enough space if the garage is only at 36% occupancy. I literally did not know that garage existed. I walked to every single one of the garages, and I'd never seen that as someone who already uses a pretty obscure garage, right? So I'd say very basic signage for this garage would be helpful. In addition, specifically about the Ramona University garage, with the fact that Ramona is now closed since COVID, I do think additional signage that garage could be pretty easy, especially because we know that that's a pretty high traffic area. People love to go there. And wouldn't it be nice? Well, probably for my own sake, maybe we'll no longer be able to find parking there. But I think generally it would be much easier. Going back to the chair's original comment about what kinds of data we'd like to see, I think that some of a breakdown between, for example, permit and non-permit spaces would be extremely helpful, right? So for example, some of the Civic Center garage, I believe based on my personal experience, certain floors are permit only for certain parts of the day and certain parts are non-permit, right? And that makes the occupancy really hard to calculate, right? Does this mean that we're not the permit portion is super empty, right? But the non-permit portion is super full. In that case, maybe we should be reducing the amount of permit parking that we have, or play with other levers, such as ones mentioned by Commissioner Templeton or Vice Chair Chang about encouraging more of the employees to be parking in those garages and using those permits. In addition, I'm not sure if we have any, but if there are spots that are reserved just for EVs, again, would make the occupancy a little bit confusing, right? We'd say, oh, it's 96% occupancy, but all the occupancy that's available is EV charging only. And then that would actually suggest that the real occupancy is 100%. And then the same for ADA as well. So I'd like to see a split of this information in the form of a heat map. I think that would make it a lot easier to make comments on that as well. And then because of that, I do think that in terms of charging, I really think that taking a step back from that discussion, the reality is that there's a lot of availability. And so I think that just adding these basic signs pointing to the garages would help solve a lot of the problems with the circling. And then one other point, I'd also like to maybe see data on weekday versus weekend, right? I know that you've provided 2 different weekday snapshots, and I think that's really helpful to talk about, let's say employee or commuter traffic. But I'd say that, for example, residents care a lot about, or people who are coming from out of town may care about weekends. What is it like to find parking there? So I think that would also be an area that I'd like to see more data on. And then I also want to comment specifically on my personal experience going to the Webster Cowper garage. There is already what I believe is some form of APGS. There's a sign that says how many parking spaces are available on each level. On every single of the levels that I went to, it all said that there are 0 parking spaces, even the top 4 floors that are completely empty. So I think that could use some looking into. And then there's also just some of the spaces that I saw in some of these larger garages. For example, the Webster Cowper garage. There's a bunch of trash blocking over quite a few of the spots on the top floor. But that's just a general comment. Those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner G. I have no other lights. Anyone else? If not, I'll speak to a few things.
Oh, can I just address a couple of the APGS project that you saw? That is the project. So those just are not online yet. So it's a work. Those are being unrolled right now.
Thank you. I just thought I was
And
just
then-
confused.
And then that same system will help us get more regular automated counts of the various different types of spaces we have.
Thank you. That's both good news and very interesting to hear. So I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on information that I'd like to see in the future, but I also want to try and provide some context to help back up why I think it's important and how it affects some of the other suggestions that have already been made here tonight. We often make the assumption, based on anecdotal evidence, that there is plenty of parking available. And that informs other policy decisions that we make, and perhaps in justifiable ways and perhaps in ways that are not so justified. So just for historical context, when the downtown RPPP started back in 2016, the parking was believed to be so tight that council authorized issuing 2,000 permits. So the assumption was that triple the size of our largest garages was going into the neighborhoods because we needed that space. Now, granted, some things have changed, but the stability of those changes is a little hard to predict right now. So we may find, particularly as we increase density downtown, that we get back to that situation. We don't want to make decisions that depend on an assumption of huge parking availability. So the information that I'd like to see in the future that goes along with that are what are the maximum number of permits that can currently be sold, because those have gone down over the years. How many employee permits are in use in the neighborhood zones today? And how did that compare to 2019? So we can see where the trends are moving. We have a controversy at the moment, thankfully not as much as in Menlo Park, over the use of surface parking lots to create housing. And one of the arguments that's being advanced against that is that not all parking spaces are equal. That you can't just casually substitute a parking space in a lot that's close to people's uses or accessibility, which is why I asked the accessibility question, because they're not equally useful for those compared to those in a garage far away. So if we believe that parking spaces are all interchangeable, then I would like to see some data that support either that contention or the contention that parking places are special in some way. And a good quantitative example there is tonight's data shows that the occupancy for garages has gone down, but over the same time, the occupancy for surface lots has gone up. So what I'd like to know is, what is the cause of that behavior? Because it may be suggesting that there really is a difference between parking places. So before I wrap up with the more minor stuff, Mr. Baird, if you had any insight into why you think the behavior for garages and surface lots has differed, I'd be interested to hear that.
Well, I think certainly the work from home trend has changed things significantly. So, it was very typical of office workers needing to go in 5 days a week. If you only need to go in 3 days a week, the employee permit probably feels at a quarterly or annual basis probably feels more expensive than you want to pay. And I would think that, with our color zone system, you can kind of float between available locations fairly easily. And some of our lots are greater or lesser known. So I would imagine potentially our lots are being just utilized more by visitors and employees both, who are just kind of opting out of our employee permit program that puts you our employee permit program currently mostly puts you in the garages. There are some set aside lot spaces, but that's kind of conjecture until we get at this point.
Right. Okay. That does sort of lead into my next big question, which is for the lots and garages that offer permit parking, I think we really need to know how many classes of permit parking exist and who's eligible for them. And as has been mentioned a couple of times, how many spaces are reserved in each class. And I'm asking that because we are making assumptions about parking for new residents based on what's available downtown. And some of those spaces that are currently unoccupied might still be unavailable, even though they're unoccupied. So we need to understand just how the permit spaces are carved out. Which leads me to a few questions that I'd like to see discussed in future presentations. So are the residents of the downtown commercial district who are not in the RPPP zones, there's quite a bit of area for which that's the case, and we're planning on putting a lot more people into it, are those people eligible for RPPP permits? And if so, is there differential pricing between the people who are in the residential zones and the people who are in the commercial district? And the flip side of that is, are residents of the commercial district eligible for permits in the garages or lots? And again, if so, is there a pricing differential? That affects both our assessment of whether we have enough parking in a given project and what conditions of approval might actually make things better or worse as part of the approval process. I don't know, pardon me, Vice Chair Chang asked if we knew the answers to those questions. And I wasn't going to put you on the spot to answer them tonight, but if you choose, if you're free to do so, please do so.
I think I can address them kind of generally. I think at a high level, we have permit-only spaces, University Avenue permit-only spaces in the garages and lots. Those are marked as permit-only. You can buy an employee permit to use those spaces. You also can buy a daily permit from revenue collections or from several of our, we have a few pay stations in the downtown. And when you buy a daily permit from one of those pay stations, then you can utilize one of those permit-only spaces. Some of the lots have very specifically set aside building property permit spaces. These are very few. I believe like if you go walk at lot K at some point, you'll see in the space itself, it has an address in it or a, tenant at a particular building. Those are very specific. Those are fewer of those. The other thing I want to note about our permit-only spaces, they are all only permit-only spaces from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And they are 2-hour, they're basically, permit-only spaces are only from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So at the end of the day, those are available to anybody. And during some storm emergencies, we have actually encouraged residents to make use of parking downtown overnight because we don't have any restrictions on parking past 5 p.m. in the downtown in any of the spaces. Historically, that was a way of encouraging both kind of a shared use agreement, basically between our different types of uses downtown. And so folks who run restaurants or have businesses that operate into the evenings, they can basically advertise any of our garage and lot spaces as available to their customers, and then office workers make use of the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for their employees. And then the second question I heard there was about the RPP. You do need to live in a downtown RPP district to purchase a permit in there. We do have a process where you verify that you live on a block that is participating. So if you live in the downtown core, but you're not in the downtown RPP, then no, you may not buy a downtown RPP permit. And it's the same thing with our University Avenue district. If you want to purchase a garage or lot permit, you need to actually have a business address. You need to work at a business address in that district. And so we do have a verification process for those employees as well. You need to show some documentation that you work in the University Avenue district.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. And I'll just observe that since the RPPP spots in the neighborhoods are also time limited, that if there is an issue with overflow for overnight parking, then that becomes an enforcement budget issue that would have to be talked about separately in the future. Finally, I will wrap up just because we mentioned pricing differentials and dynamic pricing. I'll throw my opinion into the ring too. Increasing the pricing differentials does seem attractive to me. Dynamic pricing, not so much, because as you said, you don't want to think about parking too much. And if you're having to optimize your parking decisions based on pricing that varies during the day, that may not be the most user-friendly solution. All right, that's it for me. I believe I have Commissioner Templeton, Commissioner G, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciated your comments, and I have a couple of questions for Mr. Beard, just trying to dig in a little bit deeper. And then just a response opinion to share against your opinion. So the statement that the chair made about like he was assessing types, and so I'm looking at like summarizing lots versus garages. Do you have that? Is that, I didn't see it, and I'm trying to manually do it. It's a little bit difficult to do from up here. Do you have the overall, like, are lots going up in occupancy and garages going down in occupancy?
I have those if Mr. Barrett doesn't.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the numbers, and you know, it's not bearing out quite
yeah,
as
I wouldn't.
black and white.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't summarize it as garages versus lots.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting way to look at it. I do agree that maybe understanding it in terms of office workers versus patrons is a very interesting suggestion that I've heard made up here tonight. So, and then it regards of how lots that are currently surface lots could be before us in the future, just responding to that. Is there any reason that the city would not be looking at ensuring that parking that would be built over would then still be available? For example, if a lot were turned over to be housing, is there an understanding that we would protect the 20 spaces or whatever on that lot for future public parking, or is there any discussion of that? If not, I think it could be useful. Mr. Baird, are you participating in discussions?
I'm not familiar with any particular policy about that. We've been responsive to questions about, the usage.
Okay, so if
I'm not
someone
familiar with any set policy. Maybe Jennifer can weigh in.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can share some additional information based on the discussions that we've had for the redevelopment of Lot T.
Okay.
That was one of the key questions that was asked of the two firms who responded to the RFP, looking at potential designs for redevelopment of that parking lot for affordable housing. And they looked at 3 scenarios. One where there was no parking provided, Another was they were only providing parking for the new residential units that would be built. And the third was providing parking for them and replacing the existing public parking. And the direction that was received from council on that particular project, which is not to say that this was what we would see in other locations, was that because of the current discussions about building a new parking garage, the general sense was that those parking spaces did not need to be replaced on that as part of that 100% affordable housing project. This is the direction that council gave, because those spaces would be provided in the future parking garage and that it was too much of a burden on that affordable housing developer.
That's really good context. Maybe I misunderstood, but can you explain the nature of the controversy of using parking lots for housing if it doesn't deny parking? Is it the accessibility of the parking? And I think that was the angle the chair was going for. Like how close like if the parking garage that's going to replace that parking is distant, for example, is that an issue that's coming up?
I think one of the values of having the data that was shared today is that we can have a better understanding of how much parking is available.
That's great.
Because there are definitely times and certain locations where there's the impression that there is no parking available. And maybe some of this wayfinding or other ideas help with that. And that's part of why we're having this discussion.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that, because I do think it's important for us to protect access to parking for our patrons, our employees, our residents, but also to not stoke any flames about pitting parking against housing. Thank you.
If I may jump in to elaborate there, that the comment that I made was prompted by legal action, which is already underway. And that's outside the scope of what we can talk about tonight, but that was the motivation.
Oh, I understand. I just wanted to give the staff a chance to respond. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
Mr. Baird, I was just wondering if you happen to know the approximate costs of like the quarterly and or yearly employee permit versus the daily, because you were talking about kind of being able to price it appropriately. So I was just wondering if you had those numbers.
Sure. So the daily permit has been through some fluctuation. We previously had that at $25. We changed it in the municipal fee schedule to give us sort of a range between 0 and 25, following some of the fluctuation in usage following 2020. So it went down to 0 for a little while. Then it was $8. Then we put it back up to 15. I think we're back up to $20 shortly in July. And then the quarterly and annual permits in University Avenue, I can look up real quick.
Yeah, no worries. This is just just going to make a comment while you're looking that up. It's just that again, I want to echo my fellow commissioners, which is I'd like to see encouragement of employees utilizing a lot of these different tools that we have, whether it be the daily permit or other mechanisms to reduce the burden on the neighbors as well.
Okay. So the University Avenue permits are $900 a year. And then the downtown RPP employee permits are slightly more than that. Let's find that one.
Wait, just to clarify, the number you provide, the $900 a year, that is for which permit?
Or University Avenue garages and lots.
Okay. And then I think you said, I'm just going to just use a number that you threw out earlier, which was like there's about a 25% differential, and that's good enough for now. The other last comment I just want to make is that I would love to just see this data come back more regularly, which I know is something you brought up at the beginning, but I just want to echo that again because I'd love to see trends in progression as we continue to work forward on these really exciting projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Vice Chair Chang.
So I just had a follow-up question based on your description of the permitted spaces. Are those permitted, and maybe this is me also not understanding exactly how the parking assessment district works from a, like what we're legally bound to provide. So are those permitted spaces legally required, or is that just the city deciding to label certain spaces as permitted?
So they are the result of a number of agreements and programs over the years. And so, you know, the University Avenue District was, you know, basically set up to build some parking, some of our parking garages. But, you know, so there's some agreements in place about how many permit spaces are set aside in each of those. But it's kind of a mixed picture. I have a planning map that's kind of confusing even to me. I'm still kind of working through it. But you know, every new development kind of used to have a real responsibility to think about its parking demand and usage and what that would be. And then there was agreements made about where they would either, you know, pay into the district some X amount. It was basically sort of a negotiating tool for the mobility conversations that were had for each development over the years. And so in some cases, we are still, as a city, paying the bonds are still being paid for some of the garages. And so those garages in particular, we don't really want to change the permit spaces at all. But other of the lots, particularly the lots in the city, are sort of free and clear. The capital purchases are complete. And so there's a little bit more flexibility there potentially. You know, all of this, you know, we have a University Avenue. The way the University Avenue program works is you need to work in a University Avenue building or at an employer that has an address in the district, and then you purchase them based on what lot or garage that you want to utilize. And some of our lots and garages are more popular than others, but they all have the same price. And when you buy a permit, you get access to a particular lot and garage.
Okay, so it sounds like it's actually really complex, that some of the permits are actually, or some of the permitted spaces are spoken for and not really available for all. Are any of them like earmarked for a specific business, or?
So some of them are earmarked for particular property.
Yeah, that's what you had mentioned. But if it's not labeled as such, then they are.
No, they
not.
are labeled. They are labeled. Yeah, they are all clearly labeled as you walk around downtown.
So if it's not labeled, then it's just a general permit of some sort.
It's a color. So we have the color zone permit. So you'll see the color zone signs that give you 2 hours free parking in the downtown. So like if you park at the city hall downstairs, if in the immediate visitor spaces, you'll see the color zone signage, and that's kind of drives that. As you go deeper into the city hall garage, you'll see a permit only sign, and then the spaces themselves say permit only. But those are public spaces where you need to have either the employee permit or a daily permit to park there from 8 to 5. Past 5 p.m., anybody can park there.
And the reason we have those is just to make sure that if somebody purchases a permit, they actually have a space. Is that correct?
The way that I've been thinking about our garage and lot program and our RP program is that we have basically, as a city, we want to protect parking availability for these key stakeholder groups, employees and residents. And, you know, visitors can buy a daily permit. So basically we've been thinking about parking as we want to make it as free as possible, 2 and 3 hours. But then we also want to make sure that we're providing parking to these key stakeholder groups. And that's the way all our programs have been kind of set up. You know, what we're talking about when we start talking about pricing differentiation is trying to use pricing to help preserve availability. And we have potentially lots of availability, but it does depend on where you want to park, right? So that's kind of the change that we've been thinking about and talking about for a while. But we also probably still want to continue to serve those stakeholder groups that we've talked about who, we don't want to just have, we don't want residents to be unable to park. We don't want employees to be unable to park.
Okay, so if I'm to summarize correctly, I just want to make sure that I am correctly understanding what these permitted spaces are. That the permitted spaces are a combination of spots where the city has discretion to make them no longer permitted spaces if we would like, as well as some spaces for which those spaces are earmarked and the city does not have flexibility to remove the permitted status. And finally, that the exact numbers of these in each category is still kind of up in the air because you've been trying to disentangle all of that. Is that correct?
It's just very different in each of the locations. And has been, and when a particular lot comes up for discussion, sometimes we'll do some research and try to track down previous staff reports from years back about particular developments, and just to kind of see what the conversation was about why a certain percentage was set aside or not for these particular types of cases.
Okay, it just sounds like on a macro level, if I were to think about capacity management, I would need to know how many permitted spaces I have, how many I don't have. And as the city, I'd want some control over the ability to change that number. So if there's a whole bunch of permitted spaces that are vacant all the time, we should remove the permitted sign. But do we know how many we're allowed to remove that from? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I totally agree. So some of the cases are more obvious. Some of them we haven't figured out yet.
Okay. It's a big puzzle. Okay, thanks. And then final question. Sorry to take us down this rabbit hole. So you had mentioned that there's verification required for employees to buy a permit, and I think there was a public comment saying that there's rampant rumors that kind of anecdotal stories about people who have ended employment years ago but are still able to buy a permit. Do you know, is there any grounds for those rumors? Or what type of verification do we require, and how frequent, how current does that documentation need to be?
I'm not too familiar with it. It kind of depends. So, in some cases with the RPP employees, we do have them regularly upload documents when they want to purchase their permits. I'm not too clear how often that happens in other locations, but there is definitely a verification process. Usually I think we use a pay stub or a letter from your employer saying that you worked at such and such address.
And that is done by our vendor, the verification?
Our vendor, and then also the administrative services department, who sells permits at the lobby level to employees.
Okay, well, so this might be a problem that doesn't actually exist, but if it's a matter of changing a few words on a website saying that the employment, whatever the document needs to be current within, I don't know, 6 months or something like that, that might solve the problem. Thanks.
Mr. Heckman.
Let me start with a couple of minor points. Packet page 10, Mr. Baird, in table 2, the 2019 data, the evening counts, you've got a couple of the parking lots at over 90%, but they're black, not red. I'm not sure if this table is ever going to make it to the website, but that's just, I know you're going to look at the over 100% stuff at Gilman Bryant, but you probably could clean that up too, so that it's the right color for those of us who, rely on the colors to make the points that you're trying to make by showing those colors. Another thing, and again, this is very tangential, but we a number of us planning commissioners, worked on the housing element, the new housing element, and one of the things that we talked about was the city surface parking lots as opportunity housing sites. And my memory when we had those discussions was that at least at the planning commission, our recommendation was yes, these lots, we should do that, but it should be done in a way that preserves the parking on that site. And so I just don't know if I misremember that or if it did go to the council that way and the council watered it down or said, yeah, we're going to make these opportunity sites, but we're not going to commit to retaining parking. But it's my impression based on what we just heard from the assistant director that it's not in the housing element, that it's a must do. So I just thought that was interesting, and it makes me want to go back and look at the final version of the housing element to see if it's there. But the vice chair's nodding her head, making me think that I didn't totally imagine those discussions. Okay, a couple of sort of bigger picture items. So I think that the chair talked about the parking demand is going to change, right? We are a little lucky in a sense that we're in this lull, right? We had more parking demand downtown before the pandemic. Now we're in this lull, but it's going to pick up, right? The future of downtown Palo Alto is more housing, more people, more people looking and needing to park. And so we have an opportunity now before we get there to get this set and to sort of be ready when we get to those higher parking times that we don't have chaos. And so I just want to say, so I think this process is moving in the right direction, but I think we have to keep our foot on the gas pedal, and not, have a situation where we get a report that we haven't done anything for 6 months because the budget didn't allow it. And it doesn't seem like that's happening, but it seems like we want to be ready for that day, so that we never have a parking crisis. And then I've got a related point, but I see Mr. Yang, and so maybe I'll, did you want to?
Oh, I was just going to address your comment on the housing element, but I can wait for you to finish your.
Okay. Okay. I'll just clean this up. So I've been listening to the commissioners talk about, various additional data that they'd like. And I don't disagree that any of that and all of it would be useful. But what has occurred to me in listening to that conversation is that the data is fungible. It is going to change over time. And really what's critical here is that we develop the mechanism that will, number one, identify the data that we need. Number two, have a way to collect it and synthesize it in not real time, because that's not realistic, but something approaching real time, so that we're not looking back at what parking was 2 years ago in trying to decide what parking should be today. And so, with that ability to synthesize, then to flex and change pretty rapidly. And so I think that's really, to me, that's the focus, is making sure we have that mechanism so that we can move quickly. And then the data that has been requested from up here, that is fed in as some, call it initial data points or current data points, recognizing they're going to change. And it may be that, right now, the parking lots that are the busiest right now may well not be the parking lots that are busiest in 10 years because of what might happen around different parking lots. So I just want us to be ready to adapt. All right. Thank you for letting me finish that, Mr. Yang.
Okay, so just to answer the question about how this is addressed in the housing element, the housing element does say when the city is looking to redevelop its surface lots for housing, that replacement parking should be provided. But it's not specific to, that parking should be provided on the same site. So that's how it went through our process and how it's stated.
All right. Thank you.
So I don't have a light, but I see Commissioner Peterson's mic is on. Did you have a question?
Oh, sorry. Where's the button for the light? Oh, we're still on that one, but then, oh, okay, I'm learning. Thank you. So the question I have for Mr. Bird is, have you hired a simulation consultant to look at the parking as a system?
There's been a lot of parking planning work done over the years. There's a previous 2017 report with a company called Dixon that we actually still work with that really kind of gave a pretty comprehensive look at the downtown and what sort of options were available at that time. So we do try to look at it systematically, but kind of first things first, we'll have a new vendor soon. We want to really develop with our new vendor what their capabilities are and kind of really ground the possibilities and options that we develop conceptually with them, so that can kind of have a real conversation with the public about what the options are for what our next steps are.
Because it seems like the parking garage utilization is a function of walking distance. I would imagine the further you have to walk, the less likely you use that garage, and eventually you'll use another garage. And then the reason to use each garage is because you're going to walk to some location nearby, and being able to calculate how many locations there are to walk to doesn't seem to be completely impossible, because we know where the employers are, we know where the shops are, we know where the restaurants are. So if we know the capacity, we can kind of estimate how much demand there should be for each parking garage. It's not a completely unknown question. And then the Caltrain, this is where I'm kind of building it up from a system standpoint. The Caltrain is a huge success. Everybody's on the Caltrain. And I think ridership up, I heard, is what, 300%, something like that. So the Palo Alto station is probably getting a lot more walking traffic than before. And then, of course, we have Lyft. I'm sure the 2019 to 2024 shift is, Lyfts aren't parking. So there's a lot of demographic shifts that are in the data set. And then, this is my last comment here, is just wondering is, how much are we in the business of forecasting quantity supply and quantity demand of parking spaces and trying to put a price point on that? I guess that comes back to how much effort there is into trying to forecast and predict, what's the demand for each parking garage. Is there any approach like that to it, or just at this point, you're baselining what the actual usage of the parking garage is?
So I think there was a lot of previous planning study about kind of parking demand and supply as if it were really kind of tied to a particular use. I think where the parking industry now is that parking demand really kind of follows the economy and follows some other different trends. And so, we really do want to be moving toward a world where we can be more adaptive and kind of, the ideal now is to really right price the space based on its location and demand, which could fluctuate over time. I don't think we need like a Seattle model where it changes by time of day, but that is something that we do want to look back at maybe every year or two or every 3 years and say, oh, okay, this lot or garage is not as popular anymore. We could differentiate the price a little bit up or down. We now are doing that with the daily permits. So that's where we have made some, previously the daily permit was just $25 for many, many, many years. And so that is a place where we have been experimenting with changing that daily permit price. That's why it's in the municipal fee schedule now, is between 0 and 25. And every year we take a look back and say, okay, how many did we sell? It seemed kind of price insensitive for a little bit. When we had it at $8, we put it up to 15, and we sold more when we sold it the year that it was $15. We sold more than the year that it was $8. But again, that's probably because the demand just changed, and so folks were just kind of price insensitive. But right now, the daily permit is where we will continue to experiment that. Each year, we kind of tell finance committee what we want to do with it, and I think right now we propose that it go up to $20 July 1st, and it is something we'd like to continue to do, is to kind of get to that world where we are changing the price based on the demand that we see in the prior years kind of usage. But again, right now, the counts that we've had so far, these are point in time counts 1 or 2 days a year. So it's a little fuzzier than that. I try to walk around myself and look at the garages and lots and the street usage quite a bit myself, just to make sure it feels like those counts that we see is actually matches up. And I think that's the case right now. But having more regular data, like what the APGS program will give us, is going to be really useful for that.
One more question. While you were talking, it occurred to me that, are we ever going to get to a point where we go with a, almost like a fully elastic pricing, where when we have the last, say, 5 spots in the garage, the price goes from, say, $20 to now it's $300 a spot? Because for somebody, they're not going to care. They're going to be like, I just want to park. Or is there always, some equalityness to it, where we're not going to say there's lots for sale for an unlimited, amount of money, and they're reserved?
Personally, I think we could let the private garages do that at some point. Maybe let some private garage do that. I think the job of the municipal garages is to provide some equitable, knowable, publicly discussed pricing that makes sense. I think there's some wiggle room for us. But I do believe, the municipal pricing really does set the floor. So a lot of the private garages, you'll see that they do charge $25. And so that there is sort of the city controls a great amount of parking in the downtown. And so we really do kind of set the context. And so any changes we make will have a ripple effect out. So I don't see that $300 space coming online anytime soon. And it will definitely, I think, come from somewhere else than us at this point.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
I see no other lights. Mr. Baird, do you have any last questions of us?
No, I just wanted to thank you for your engagement in this topic. It is really meaningful to me. I really do try to listen to each of you and to the public as well. I've been in many conversations with Nielsen over the years, and I do look forward to continuing this conversation over time.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, I think we can bring this item to a close. Right, and I would like to schedule a brief break here. It is, by my watch, 7:43. Let's try and be back here at 7:50, so 7 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're now addressing item number 3, recommendation on a resolution amending the El Camino Real retail node map. And I believe we have a presentation. Ms. Armour.
Yes, thank you. So this will be a brief presentation. This is the second time we've talked on this discussion or this item. This is one of the housing, connected with one of the housing element implementation programs, El Camino Real Retail Preservation Nodes. Program 3.4C discussed changes to the retail preservation ordinance, as well as creating strategic locations generally depicted on the draft South El Camino Real design guidelines to have a that would be protecting retail, reducing the amount in other locations. So based on the April 30th meeting, the PTC provided direction to remove the California node from the previous maps, remove the focus area node, create a number of different, I've combined them here into a single central node, but they are shown on your maps in 3 different parts that were discussed separately in that meeting on the southwest and northeast sides. Extend the triangle node to a few additional parcels, extend the auto dealership node, and the suggestion was made to name that the bike to school node, and exclude the remainder of the interim node that was not otherwise discussed, and then request for more information about the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan node to consider removal of that area as well. And so we have provided you with a series of maps, this one overall map showing those revised node locations, a series of close-up maps similar to what was provided before with the existing land uses noted, and then a series of the same maps, but in this case showing the existing underlying zoning designations for those areas that was a specific request from the previous meeting. And so staff's recommendation tonight is that PTC recommend to council that council adopt a resolution to modify the existing retail node map that is shown in attachment A, that overall map, with using attachment A, but with potential specific direction. I would recommend that we work through starting with the bike to school node, then the triangle node, both of which it seemed we had pretty strong consensus at the last meeting. Discussion of the NVCAP node, now that you have that additional information about the existing regulations for NVCAP. And then finally, a discussion of the 3-part central node and which of those the PTC would like to recommend including or not. That concludes staff's presentation, but we look forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Do we have any clarifying questions from the commission? Vice Chair Chen.
This is not a clarifying question, but I just wanted to let my fellow commissioners know that I did watch, I wasn't able to be there at the last meeting, but I did watch the video. So I am up to date on what was discussed.
Thank you. I had one clarifying question. Since council expanded the El Camino Real focus area the other night, I presume this has no effect on our discussion tonight, but I just wanted to confirm that that's the case.
That is correct. They did adopt the expansion that was recommended by PTC plus 3 additional parcels that are in the NVCAP area for another potential development there. I also will share that there was public comment during that discussion item that was requesting that the retail nodes include the parcels that you did include in the bike to school node. So supporting that recommendation to include the Walgreens and those other commercial parcels there with the auto dealerships.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any other clarifying questions? Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, not a clarifying question again, but I just wanted to provide, because I just watched our meeting, I did, and then an issue was raised. Again, I just wanted to share with the rest of the commission. There was some good discussion in the last meeting about wanting to have an escape valve for retail that fails. And so I reread the retail protection ordinance and wanted to just let everybody know that the retail preservation ordinance already includes a section where owners, like proper land owners, can request an exemption either by showing economic hardship or demonstrating that the retail or retail-like use is not viable. And it actually provides several ways in which, as examples. So it's not a definitive list, but it provides examples for how that can be demonstrated. So just so that we all know that that escape valve is already encoded in our code. Yeah, I just wanted to share that since I learned it.
Thank you. No other lights. I presume since we're not quasi-judicial here, that we don't need disclosures. Although if anyone had any comments they wanted to make about their research on this, I would be open to that. Okay. Vice Chair Chang.
Just to share research, he's saying. Okay. So I was researching about the, I actually had a back and forth with Counselor Yang about this, so he can correct me if my understanding is incorrect. But I was trying to understand the interaction between the housing element sites and the retail preservation ordinance, because at least at my recollection of some of the discussions I was involved in during the creation of the housing element, the sites, like neighbors and public commenters who had expressed concern about the inclusion of certain sites on El Camino as housing element opportunity sites, was because they wanted to make sure that things like Happy Donuts were preserved, which and you might note that Happy Donuts is actually one of the housing element opportunity sites. And at the time, though, everybody was told, well, the retail preservation ordinance exists so that those, even if this is a housing element opportunity site, the retail will be preserved. Not the specific retail use, but the square footage, the ground floor square footage. And then I was trying to understand how it happens that now those opportunity sites are exempt from the RPO, the retail preservation ordinance. And my understanding is, and again, Mr. Yang, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a new California state law that said that if an opportunity site is designated as appropriate for lower income housing, that it has to be allowed to build 100% housing on that site. And then as a result, and then on April 7th, our city council followed the staff recommendation to ease the administrative burden of managing housing element opportunity sites, that we grouped all of our opportunity sites together as one, whether or not they were deemed appropriate for lower income housing. And as you guys might remember, sites were only allowed to be deemed appropriate for lower income housing if they were larger sites. I can't remember what the threshold was, but I do remember Tim Wong telling us about that. So in effect, because for the it's because of Palo Alto's implementation of the housing element that all the housing element opportunity sites are not eligible for the retail preservation ordinance. However, then I asked Mr. Yang, could we change that? Could we say that within the retail nodes, if this is a site that is not for lower income housing, can we actually make the retail preservation ordinance apply for those sites? And he said, yes, it is possible. So I just wanted to share all of that background with everybody so that we are all on the same page. And then finally, the last thing I did, because I went into a deep rat hole on this, was I went through every single, I made a spreadsheet of every single housing element opportunity site that is within any of the nodes that you all drew at the last meeting, and tallied up. I looked it up according to the most recent version of the housing element. How many units were expected on that site in the housing element, and whether or not they were, and the affordability level. So if you have questions, I can answer them.
All right. And I guess in some sense that qualifies as a clarifying question. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Does this mute button thing work or not? I don't know. Which queue am I in? Anyway, thank you. I really appreciate that you had those questions and that you got some answers. But I would add, we have the opportunity for staff to directly answer and share back with us. So I'm going to interpret the vice chair's comments as a question to staff to clarify and confirm those questions that she had. If you wouldn't mind doing that here so we can hear directly from staff, because I think there's some nuance that I would love to understand from you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so the vice chair kind of summarized her questions and my responses correctly. If you have additional, follow-ups, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you: Are we applying retail preservation to these things or not?
So, if you have a site that is in our housing element inventory, then we have a local ordinance saying that those sites can develop at 100% residential, and retail preservation does not apply.
Is there a threshold? I mean, I think that was the sense of what Vice Chair was getting at, is that possibly sites of certain size potential qualify, but certain others don't, or really the council just threw everything together in that bucket?
So the council threw everything together. There's a state law that says if your inventory says, okay, this site is projected to have, 45 units, half of them will be market rate, and 25% of them will be lower income, and 25% will be extremely low income. If we make that kind of projection where we have lower income units on a site, then the state law requires that we allow it to be 100% residential. And if you look through our inventory, I'd say 2/3 to 3/4 of the inventory sites have some lower income units projected on them. So the staff recommendation last year, and the one that the council accepted, was rather than sort of have to look at the inventory each time, see which types of units were projected on each site, we'll treat them all the same and allow 100% residential.
Okay, so let me get to the bottom line here, because I think I heard a suggestion here that possibly, given this room is empty, could have an implication that the public doesn't understand. Are you saying that we're doing any decision making tonight that would affect whether or not Happy Donuts stays?
So
I just want to make sure we understand, because if that's the case, then work needs to be done.
So I I'll have to go and look at, what is projected on the Happy Donut site, and perhaps Vice Chair Chang has gone down that rabbit hole.
You guys, I know it sounds a little silly, but that's a item of community interest that I would think we'd want to have people weigh in. And if it's on us, if you're saying the decision would have already been made by council, that's a different issue.
Right. So if the Happy Donut site is projected to have lower income units, if we've said yes, this is going to, in our arena, it's going to accommodate some of our lower income units, there's nothing we can do to preserve retail, to require retail rather. It has to be allowed to develop at 100% residential. If it is only projected to have market rate or moderate units, then the commission could recommend that the city council change course from the decision it made last year and continue to require retail on that site.
All right, thank you for clarifying. Ms. Armour, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Do we know what's currently allocated for that site? That's what I'm asking for.
I can look that up.
Thank you.
Just judging from the map, I don't think it is an opportunity site.
That's why I wanted to clarify, because there was a little ambiguity in the speculation exercise we were doing with the vice chair. So I just want to make sure, because none of us wants to step in that.
Very good. If there are no other clarifying questions, I think that might be an appropriate point to ask if there's public comment.
No, I have no public comments.
Quick, I'm going to call my kids.
All right. As we open up the discussion, I would like to Ms. Armour.
So I took a quick search of Appendix D, the site's inventory for the housing element, for the number 3916, which is the address on El Camino Real where Happy Donuts is located, based on my quick Google search. And it did not come up with that number. So that's my quick check. It is not, as far as I can tell with this.
Then I will not make a motion to do this at another time. Thank you.
All right, good. That's consistent with the map, so that's encouraging too. All right, before opening up to general discussion, I'd just like to second Ms. Armour's suggestion that we take care of some of the easier cases first and reserve our time for conversation about the central node. I think that's the most challenging one. Is that suggestion acceptable to everyone? Go ahead and weigh in if you like.
I just wonder if I could make some sort of general comments at whatever the appropriate time is. I didn't do a spreadsheet, but I kind of I did some sort of on the ground kind of assessment and did a few things that I just like to share since our last meeting, but they're much more general in context.
We're not there yet, but we will be very shortly.
Okay.
All right. So, hearing no objections, I suggest we follow Ms. Armour's outline and deal with the nodes one at a time. And perhaps we can make a motion on the nodes individually so that we can get the easy ones out of the way first. Commissioner Heckman, you look concerned.
Well, I may have misunderstood Commissioner James, but I thought he had some higher level comments before we get to the individual nodes. And so I was afraid if we do the individual nodes first, he will lose some of the impact of those bigger comments. Did I misunderstand?
That was my intent. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they may be, they may be too general to be helpful, but I just nevertheless would like to share them for others to consider.
All right, then let's begin with comments that apply to the process that affects all of the nodes.
Right. So I guess, I just did a couple of things to kind of refine my thinking on this. And one of the things I did is went back and read the South El Camino Real design guidelines from 2002, which the chair sort of kindly shared with me, and he referenced that they showed a little bit of age, but I also think they showed some foresight as well. And I thought there were some principles there that were intended to be create a vision for how South El Camino Real would be developed, as a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly community. That I think they still resonated with me. So, and I think where I felt it applied most, and is frankly the node that we took off at Cal Avenue. And so that this may not be a welcome general overview, but I'm going to make it anyway. That there are several principles about how you create a streetscape that encourages pedestrian friendly, vibrant, streetscape basically along the ground floor. And one of those principles is that corners are particularly important. And it seems to me that we, coming out of Cal Avenue and in our effort to make El Camino Real vibrant, that we might be missing an opportunity there to do that. And I don't think we're sacrificing a lot of, if we added that back, I don't think we were sacrificing a lot of housing opportunities there. So I just wanted to share that. I can sort of be more specific about that. The other thing is that I following the last meeting, I was very impressed by Commissioner Heckman's detailed observations about some of the smaller sites and the parking challenges there. And I didn't have those insights, so I went back to try and get them and walked this section. And I certainly see what he's talking about. Some of those sites are only about 100 feet deep, and they're small sites. And I guess I see what he's talking about, but I have to say, I think my sense is that the appropriate response may be to preserve those locations rather than to eliminate that, because they don't seem to me to be that suitable for housing development. So I guess, I feel like we need some placeholders for the future. And just to make sure that we're not just stacking bedrooms on top of bedrooms for 4 and 5 stories along El Camino Real, that we are seeding community. And to get a grasp of that, I just look back at the housing element, just to get some, just nice definitional idea. And as they're explaining the trend towards mixed development, they distill it down as being driven by several factors, including the desire for more walkable, livable communities, and the need for more affordable housing, and the desire for more sustainable development. And I guess I feel like that area of South El Camino Real, if we want people to get out of their cars, we need to create places for them to go. And so I would tend to advocate for keeping some of those as sort of placeholders for future ground level retail. So I guess my sense is that, I also had a sense that when you start to pull all of the exceptions out, you really don't lose if you take those smaller sites that are retail now and try and do what you can to preserve them for potential retail in the future. You're really not losing a lot of housing elements. So those were just my general observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner James. Any other observations on the generality at the general level? Okay. I believe you started with the bike to school node, if that's correct. Shall we begin there? Comments on the bike to school node, and then if we reach consensus, we'll make a motion. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I'm supportive of the portion of the bike to school node on the south side, and just wanted a reminder of the rationale that one or more commissioners brought up to include, I think it's 2 parcels. Yeah, 2 parcels on the north side, one of which is the Jiffy Lube housing opportunity site. So I know I'm supportive of the south side. I just need a reminder of why a number of commissioners, I think, thought we should add those 2 parcels on the north side.
Vice Chair, were you going to respond to that or? Right. Commissioner G, would you like to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner James's sentiment about corners and how corners are useful. And so I think that's the main rationale, is to just provide an inviting kind of area for retail. And because, I mean, I would have included the 4 corners, except the last corner is moot. So that's my rationale for that. And then I just had a quick question to staff about, did we say that hotels were not considered retail?
That is my understanding, though Mr. Yang may have something else to add.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I wanted to ask about hotels because our discussion last meeting was about how hotels do not qualify as retail for the RPO. Can you just comment on that quickly?
Yes, sorry, let me just pull up again our definitions of retail and retail-like. So retail-like does include hotel, and so that is covered by the retail preservation ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep I'll wait in line for my comments. I know there's some other people in line.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Vice Chair Chang.
Is Commissioner Heckman done?
Yeah, again, I'm supportive of the one side. I'm open to supporting the north side. I just was hoping some of you would remind me what you liked about including the north side.
Okay, so I'm supportive of the node as drawn. I do think corners are important. Also because Charleston, we think of where retail is most likely to succeed. And I think the corners of major streets is a likely location. And Charleston is a thoroughfare, not just for the bicyclists, but unfortunately also for all the many commuters that make it a hazard for the bicyclists. But given that, I do think that the retail is more likely to succeed there. I will also add that when this site is slated for 11 units of housing, none of which are lower income, according to my research, at least. I could have read off a line. So in the event that this were not redeveloped this cycle, or in the event that council decided to try and make nodes, really. So let me just hit pause for a second. As I was going through this exercise, we were talking about retail preservation. But if I think about it from a planning perspective, what I really want to do is say, this is where I want retail. Now, that train has left the station to some extent because of how we have drawn housing element sites, and also because of state law and our implementation of it. However, kind of looking at this really big picture, I was really worried and listened to, Commissioner Heckman's comment about, solitary retail dangling there by itself is not likely to succeed. And I think that, frankly, the entire corridor may be at some risk for that if every single housing element site were to be redeveloped without retail. Now, there's nothing saying that is definitely going to happen. A property owner could certainly decide to add back retail. They're not prohibited from doing that. But that being said, this corner here is one where I would really like to have been able to say, I want retail here. And so that's why I'd want to include it, simply because there is a site there that may not be redeveloped. And I am hoping that for future housing elements, we open up the Stanford Research Park and have these other sites, large sites that might be much, much better for housing, because as we've all identified, many of these little parcels on El Camino aren't really great for anything. They're not ideal for housing. I mean, who wants to live on El Camino, right? Because it's a big trafficy street. So, I just kind of want to plan for the future. That's why I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner G, then Commissioner Templeton.
I'll let Commissioner Templeton go first because I already talked a little bit.
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner G. And Chair. So I guess what I'm trying to be open to this discussion and understand that is there a potential, what's the implication if we don't include that Jiffy Lube corner in this node? When it's developed as a house or housing, then we don't have a Jiffy Lube anymore?
So when we had the discussion of the changes to the HIP program, we also were looking at modifications to the retail preservation regulations, that ordinance. And one of those was a differentiation between different sites on El Camino Real, those that are in the nodes versus those that aren't. And there was less retail required. Like, there were different thresholds depending on if it was a housing element site, if it wasn't, whether it was in a retail preservation node or not. And so there were some reductions in terms of the retail preservation or the retail that was required if you weren't in one of the nodes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, the reason that this is difficult is because what we have now is really blocking a vision. And I think I'm restating what the Vice Chair's point was, blocking a vision of what this space could be. Right now, I look at it as very industrial on one of our busiest intersections in the city. It's frightening how many of our kids bike that to school. And here we are saying it's the bike to school node. So let's imagine if the current retail wasn't there, are there ideas of retail we'd want to attract any kinds of users, students or otherwise, to that busy intersection? And is that kind of the nature of your question, Commissioner Heckman? Are we trying to attract people to that side of the street?
I guess I was looking at it more simply that we're creating what to me seemed like a little two-parcel island across the street, with one of those maybe going to housing. But as I said, I'm not really adverse. I just didn't remember. I know it wasn't initially my thought it should be included. I wanted to hear a little bit more. I frankly think I have, and I'm supportive.
Okay, well, in the interest of that, and in the interest of this being the easy one, let's go with it. I think, honestly, having some understanding of how to use that space and a little bit more direction is needed. So I think it's fine for us to include that. And I'm interested to see what it will look like 30 years from now. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I know Commissioner Templeton just said this was the easy one, but I'm going, okay. We have collectively under the impression this is the easy one, but given Mr. Yang's comment about hotel being retail-like, I'm wondering if maybe, and also in the spirit of including corners, the Zen Hotel at the corner of Maybell and El Camino could potentially either live in this node. it seems to match exactly kind of the discussion that we discussed last time, which is kids bike through this area. We want to revitalize this corner. Kids already go to what is currently the Walgreens. I feel like the Zen Hotel falls under the same criteria as many of the other sites here. Just want to get other commissioners' thoughts.
Vice Chair Chang.
I'd be fine adding it. I mean, like, if we're really thinking about where would retail most likely succeed, that's probably a spot. Like, we're talking about, it might not remain a hotel, and it's a big, large enough site where you could actually have like a little decent, boba shop and whatever it is that people love about it, underneath housing with parking and everything that would actually make it successful. So I'd be okay including it. Yeah.
Through the chair, I do want to point out, if you look between the different maps that were shared with you, and we do have printed out versions as well, if you look at the one that has the zoning, you will note that that property is planned community zone, which we talked about last time.
See, I knew there was a reason why that wasn't included, but
That the retail preservation doesn't apply to PC zones.
And also, these maps this week are great. Thank you for printing them out large and in color.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Armour, for that comment. May I comment on a separate one then, which is maybe the Hilton Garden Inn on the other side of the back bike to school node. Maybe I don't actually see a label on the attachment C, the zoning map. So I was just wondering, Ms. Armour, if you could help me understand if that's a PC.
So that is not a PC, that's within the CS zone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same zoning designation as those blue striped parcels a little farther down because there's no red line between them.
Thank you. So I then suggest maybe, is there any interest in including that? Because again, it's a large piece of land that in our last discussion, I thought that hotels were not qualified for RPO, but given Mr. Yang's comments, I just want to hear Commissioner's thoughts on that instead.
Commissioner Ekman.
Sure. I guess my initial thought is I'm not inclined to expand the node in that direction. It's a big parcel. I don't know that the Hilton's going away anytime soon. We have a good, we have a lot of reasons for people to want to come stay in Palo Alto, and so I'm not seeing our hotel base shrinking. Right now it's zoned for commercial use, and that gives us, as we were looking up at the California node, for example, that Commissioner James mentioned, I remember the chair, when we were talking about all of the existing zoning protections that were already there that sort of serve those functions of making sure we had an appropriate retail atmosphere in that node, which is why I think a number of us were comfortable directing staff to take it off. Here, I think we've got sort of the same situation. It's off the corner because we've included, the corner, what is that, the American Tire. And so and then, past, I guess then the question is where do you draw the line? Well, why not, take one more step and go Hobies and start to hit those other housing opportunity sites. So I'm pretty comfortable with the expansion that we're looking at now.
Sorry, I didn't see which of you clocked in first, but Commissioner Templeton, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. I'm ready to move on. Yeah, I don't have any more comments on this.
So I just wanted to remind us all that in El Camino, outside of retail nodes, non-opportunity sites with sufficient density can reduce the retail to 1,500 square feet. So if it has sufficient density, then that's where it can get reduced to 1,500 square feet. Otherwise, I think it's still protected. Is that correct, Mr. Yang?
Yes, that's right. So if it's not an opportunity site and it's lower density, then the retail has to be replaced at the same amount of square footage as whatever was on the ground floor. If it's on a higher density, then it can reduce any replacement to just 1,500 square feet.
And how is high density defined?
I believe it's 30 units per acre.
Okay, so I think we want to incentivize the higher density, and since we've already protected the corner, I think I'd be okay leaving it out in this case. It is protected, but if they build enough housing, then it could be reduced to 1,500, which would then require an additional storefront there, which might be exactly what we want. But I'm not sure it's such a big frontage that I'm not sure we need a whole strip of it. So that's kind of where I've come out on this one.
All right, I'm seeing no other lights, so I'm pondering the process we take from this point. So I guess the central question is whether we adopt the node as currently drawn, and then should we entertain additions as separate items?
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, I'm hearing general consensus for the node as currently drawn. And so if somebody wished to make a motion to that, then we can do a motion for each of these. If even in the middle of discussion on others, somebody wants to make a motion, we can consider that and, or suggest modifications to it. There are a variety of ways we can handle each of these.
So in the interest of speeding this along, then, because I think I heard consensus, I'll just move that we accept the bike to school node as currently drawn.
Do I hear a second?
Sorry, I'm trying to get my light on. I'll second my understanding your motion is that this is our recommendation to council. Yes, as to the bike to school node is currently drawn. Yeah, I second that.
Is shape really the only part of what we need to include tonight? Is the shape of the, is that all you need from us?
Yes,
Okay.
so there will be a resolution prepared with the revised map attached for consideration by council based on your recommendation.
Very good. I think we need a vote.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Very good. Thank you all. Now that the easy one is done, can move on to the harder ones. All right, let's proceed to the triangle node then next. Commissioner Heckman.
I think that was a ghost light, but I am supportive of this as drawn.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, I have a comment, but I wanted to give everybody else the opportunity to go first. So the only question I have about this one is whether the Goodwill site should be included or not. It's isolated on that corner. There may be uses for that other than either retail or housing, given its proximity to Palo Alto Commons. So I wondered if we want to enforce retail protection on that particular site. Any thoughts? Commissioner, let's see, Vice Chair Chang.
So given that it is a housing element opportunity site, again, I did the research. This one has lower income housing planned for it. So even though it's in the node, assuming it gets redeveloped in this cycle, and it's a larger site. So my suspicion is that it would be added to future cycles as well, unless at that time, the housing element, finds much better sites elsewhere. So I don't see any downside per se to including it, because as currently, the current plans for it is that there's not much that we can do about it to preserve the retail anyway. Are you suggesting though that, if it were not redeveloped, that maybe it would be a site that would be appropriate for something else entirely, neither housing nor retail?
Yeah, specifically the question is whether Palo Alto Commons would choose to expand there as a way of getting more space with less impact on neighbors.
In which case they would do it via PC is my suspicion. They would have to, actually, I think, based on the uses there. And so any retail requirement that we had or no would be irrelevant.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I appreciate your creativity. I think it's a really interesting idea. And I think that fortunately the regulations would permit that under some level of discretion that we might exert. Are there any concerns that the staff has about it as drawn, the shape of this area as drawn, specifically related to the kinds of things we just talked about?
So from my perspective, I do not. I will check in with Mr. Yang just to make sure he doesn't have any concerns either.
I do not.
Okay, I'm comfortable with it as written and will support someone's motion for it. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
I'll make a motion to move the triangle node as drawn.
Second.
May we have a vote?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. And the next of the easy ones is North Ventura. Vice Chair Chang.
So I agree with staff's recommendation as well as Commissioner Aiken's comments at the last BTC meeting, that because this area already has plans created for it, that there's no need to add an additional layer of administration. So we could dispense entirely with this node.
Commissioner Heckman.
Ditto.
All right, let's move.
Just in the interest of moving this along, then I'm going to move that we dispense with the North Ventura cap node in our recommended resolution to council.
Second.
Can I ask a question of staff, Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Are there any implications that are not in the packet of doing this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Just checking. We have done a lot of work on the NVCAP, so I understand the sentiment. I can't recall why we wanted to do this.
Should we ask Mr. Yang? Because the NVCAP, the current language talks about areas that on El Camino that are in nodes and not in nodes. And does the NVCAP, do the NVCAP rules supersede all of that?
Yes, so the NV cap will, any rules that are specific to the NV cap will be enforceable regardless of what the general RPO says. But again, I don't believe that there are retail preservation, rules in the NV cap itself. It's just that, that plan has a very high level of detail of what is permitted or not.
I think what we're trying to understand is this exercise moot because NVCAP would overrule anything? And what I'm hearing from you is probably not on the RPO side, if it would even be relevant at all.
I guess that's right. So the NV cap, like most zoning, just tells you what is permitted, what is conditionally permitted, and what are the rules for how you can develop those uses. It doesn't speak to, do you have to retain a use that's in place? And so the general RPO does apply within the NV cap.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, my sense is that area is another very busy intersection, and I'm not sure how much we want to continue drawing foot traffic there. I'm always amazed at the amount of foot traffic they do get on the El Camino Page Mill corner there. I'm inclined to agree with the vice chair's suggestion. I just trying to think through any outlying reasons we might have thought this was a good idea, but I think if the MVCAP mostly has addressed that, then we don't need to worry about it.
I think it may be a holdover from the South El Camino design guidelines. But yeah, I believe the concrete issues have been addressed by NVCAP.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably why. Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that from the previous meeting, since this entire length of El Camino was in the interim node, a lot of the work that the discussion did was here are the ones we definitely want to keep. Here are the areas that can be removed. And this was an area where the Planning Commission requested additional information. There was a thought that there might be sufficient protections within the NVCAP, but you held that decision off until you received that additional information, which you now have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So I believe we could have a motion in a second. Yeah.
So just confirming, do we have the motion in the second? Okay.
Yes. Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's proceed to the central nodes. Comments?
You want to take all three together or one at a time, Chair?
Good question. My inclination is that there's some room for general comments here. So I wouldn't want to restrict the discussion just to single nodes, at least at this point, although I suspect it will narrow down to that fairly quickly. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So I am supportive of B. We talked about that last time. It's got a little more depth to the lots. I like that. There's some good opportunity for housing with retail underneath there. I'm supportive of C. I think I was convinced of that at the last meeting initially. I don't love the shallowness of those lots, but there was enough dialogue here that I got comfortable with that. So I'm supportive of that one. And the one I don't think we should include is A. And for reasons I expressed last time, but after others make their general comments, I'll come back. But that's really the only one that I have more comments on is A.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Chair Chang?
So I'm supportive of all three nodes, mainly because when you look at so I'll speak to A specifically, because I concur completely with what Commissioner Heckman said regarding B and C. Regarding A, this is where, there's little that we can do because as currently implemented, the two sites there that would have retail protected would be Taekwon Tigers and Shell. But that would be lovely if they did have some retail there. Because as we look at all the housing that's coming in, so again, I just walked this section and I was shocked how many times, because I would stop with my giant pieces of paper. I kept having to dodge pedestrians, like many, many, many pedestrians there. So on both sides of the street. So it's all being really heavily used. I don't see much of a downside to including it, those two sites. Let me see, I can look up so yeah, they're all housing element sites. So as it is, it's quite possible that this retail gets decimated. And then in that case, we can go back and, adjust. And we also I checked to make sure there is this escape, like release valve, and there's the release valve. And it didn't seem overly onerous. It's that just directors, I think, the process is that a business owner would have to write to the director, the planning director, so Director Late, and then within 45 days, it'd have to be placed on council's consent calendar. So, if we are protecting some retail that ultimately is doomed, it's okay. There's an escape valve. And so I think I'm just sort of thinking like, gosh, this stuff is so heavily used. And with the housing element in place, we're not really losing anything. If somebody wants to develop it without retail, they can.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I agree. I'm not really seeing the downside to including Central Node A, and clearly support nodes B and C. This area of Central Node A is very walkable and used somewhat right now by the Ventura neighborhood. And if we were to be able to encourage developers who wanted to build there to think about that, I think that's a good thing. I understand we can't require them, but if we can say this is an area that the city believes should have something that could serve the neighborhood, I think it's a good thing, and it doesn't seem too big of a risk to have it. And I would love to hear from Commissioner Heckman what he is concerned about with removing that node. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Commissioner Heckman, would you like to comment on that first?
I'm now flummoxed between the two buttons that I have. let me ask actually a couple of questions first. One, and I'm going to ask Mr. Yang only because of his longevity with the city. This RPO escape valve, how frequently in your experience has it been used?
So I can think of two occasions when it was used. Once on Alma, and I am, not recalling the other time, but both of those were, I believe, pre-pandemic.
Okay.
We have not had an application recently.
Did it again. Okay. Next question, looking at the zoning. Again, these diagrams you provided for this meeting are great. It looks to me like the zoning behind Central Node A is all RM30 except for the last, the corner of Fernando. Am I looking at that right?
No, I believe that whole area is CN. Because there's a red line that runs right along lane 66.
The zone behind, is that
Sorry,
what he's
I'm
asking?
talking about the
Oh.
area behind, directly behind the
Yes.
green strip. It looks like it
Is RM30,
RM30, there's a big bulk of it.
Yeah.
To the south, and then this,
except a single parcel.
yeah,
It's
and then
R1.
this sort of, okay, so with RM30 behind, can staff remind me what kind of allowable building height we could have in Central Node A?
So there are a couple different things. There was the discussion of the increased heights when we are looking at the focus area, El Camino Real focus area. And so which sites are included in that? I'd have to switch back to that map as we were discussing at council last night. But it's only select parcels that allowed the increased height. And then I can take a quick look at what the CN regulations are otherwise.
Yeah, so when we were last on this, I don't think I knew that this RM30 zoning stretched behind. And I was thinking it was R1 because the neighborhood is predominantly. And so my concern was, as R1, I'm just kind of trying to reconstruct and then I'll go forward. This was to me kind of the perfect storm of a potential restraint on housing, because we're going to have no parking on El Camino for whatever stores are here, which means they'd have to provide parking on site. But with R1 behind, they can only be 35 feet tall. And so they have to provide not only parking for the residents of that building, but also for the retail, but that is going to take the ground floor. So how do those things coexist? And if they don't provide the parking for the retail, then you've got all of these convenient neighborhood streets there where people who want to use the retail and aren't walking are going to park. And so there's like so many bad things there. Depending upon the allowable height along that row with RM30, that could make a difference. That could potentially accommodate housing with parking. And so that's why I'm asking the question now. I know if it's R1 behind, I think we got a 35-foot, right? Because we've got the daylight plane. I'm just not sure about the RM30.
So the general height limit for that zone looks like it's 25 feet.
This is for CN, for El Camino, or for RM30?
For CN, and I'll go back and check that for a moment, and it looks like, I'm switching between maps, it looks like none of that area is included in the retail El Camino focus area.
Yeah, so I think, our code works is, CN may have certain height, but there's a special provision, except when you're next to R1, then you have this lower height limitation. And maybe there is no similar provision regarding adjacency to RM30. But that was really my concern last time and what was carried over, but it may be that the RM30 running most of the way behind it addresses that. You know, I mean, there are 8 parcels here. 5 of them are housing opportunity sites. So we don't want to restrain those. One is a shell site, which, I mean, some people believe gas stations are going away in a decade. I don't. But, you know, and you know, they're not the best sites to redevelop, although, you know, it happens every day. So I'm expecting that shell site. That's a moneymaker. It's a great midtown location. I don't think they're going away as long as people are still pumping petrol. So again, my only concern is that RM30 behind creates some sort of limitation on the height that the CS zoning could otherwise enjoy.
It does not appear to, based on
Okay.
our current zip code.
All right. So that being so, it seems like I'm hearing support generally for the central node A, and it does provide a nice sort of multi-block symmetry, A, B, and C, which I appreciate. And there's always opportunities in the future to go fine tune things if they turn out to not work. So I'm supportive of A.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
I'll make my comments brief about Node A since it sounds like we have consensus, but I just want to comment on a couple things that I think make Node A pretty exciting. So one is that area of El Camino has those pedestrian crossings that make it very, very easy, and I see people use those every day to go across, and I think that means that I really support the symmetry aspect. There are of the 3 crossings in that section, 2 of them go across Node A. So I think that makes the symmetry good. Number 2 is hoping Driftwood will stay there, could just bring additional traffic since we have it on the bottom. They can just cross the street using one of those said lights, go across. Number 3, it is a pretty big bike to school transit, safe routes to school area. For those of us who live in Ventura, there is like a crossing guard there. This is a pretty big place where kids go. We'll echo my comments from the triangle node in other areas, but won't dilly-dally on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
I do not know why that light is still there. I have made my comments.
Oh, wait, actually, I have one more.
Yeah. So
I actually want to just comment on a previous thing that Commissioner Templeton mentioned last time, which is about some of the businesses that we would like to see developed. I'm happy to report that during my walk, I determined that those aren't housing element sites. So we may see some exciting development in the area.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You still have more. Please go ahead.
No, I don't know. I want to let you, Chair, give a chance to have comments, but otherwise I was going to make a motion. So go ahead.
No, in fact, I was heading down the same path as Commissioner Heckman. So I was interested in determining what the effect of the RM30 behind Node A would be. And I was prepared to give up Node A if we were in a non-viable situation there. But as it is, it seems like we're proceeding towards including it. And interestingly, that is what was recommended in the original design guidelines. So it's kind of interesting to see some consensus there.
I'll move to move forward with nodes A, B, and C as drawn.
seconded.
May we have a vote?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
And through the chair, just to get a general consensus and confirmation, we would remove the A, B, and C labels and just show it as a single central node.
I think that's
Yeah.
a good decision. I don't think we need to discuss that. All right, very good. So with the conclusion of that item, we're ready to move on to, oh. So you do. Vice Chair Chang has a couple of more comments before we wrap that.
And I'd like to also check in with Mr. Yang to confirm whether we need any additional motion beyond these individual ones about the individual nodes and talking about recommending them to council.
No, unless there is something else that the commission wants to add or modify, that's sufficient direction for us to redraw the map.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about Commissioner James's comment at the very beginning about resurrecting the California node. I think some of what he has said makes sense to me, especially because, again, in my ideal world, I would love to sort of indicate this is where we want retail. I also think that corner there, or going around the corner, sort of, it's in it. If you imagine that it was just housing, now it could be very well designed housing with some public spaces and stuff that would look great. But, we need a gateway to Cal Ave. That's the gateway to Cal Ave. And to me, it seems pretty important to, even if there's not much we can do because of some of the ways that we have chosen to implement the housing element, that would make sense. It's also a very, very heavily trafficked area, much more so actually than any of the other nodes that we have just voted on, I believe. I mean, it's filled with pedestrians there. And so I don't think that there is much downside. And I think there's important signaling there. So it's just something that I wanted to raise, since it was something that Commissioner James mentioned at the beginning.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe staff can remind us why we took it off. I think that it was another one that was kind of moot at the time we removed it. And just wondering what might have changed since then. I don't know if staff's prepared to respond to that.
Thank you for that question. My memory is the same as that it felt like it was moot at the time. I am looking back at the previous reports just to confirm which sites those were. As I am filling a few moments to give you a full answer. So that did just include the 4 parcels on the corner of El Camino Real and California Avenue, 3 of which are housing element sites. The 4th one, the kind of northwest, as the map is shown here, corner lot is not. And so it felt like commercial's already an active, California is already an active commercial corridor. There's the closing of California Avenue and all the signage and other things that are associated with that. And so maintaining this as a node, especially given that 3 of the 4 were housing element sites, seemed less important when discussed last time. That doesn't mean it couldn't be added back in if there was consensus.
Thank you. I really appreciate that response. And I will share that just based on that, discussion that we had, nothing about that has changed. And we have done something similar tonight already with similar sites. I don't think that in any way our decision not to include that node was meant to discourage any retail in Cal Ave. I don't think that's what you meant, but just to clarify. So I don't think there's a lot of risk in leaving it the way it is. And that's what I'm inclined to do. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
I definitely understand where our discussion was last time, and I think I also want to bring up another comment, which is I believe Chair Aiken had also said that zoning protection also protects the retail as is on Cal Ave. So I just want to like bring that up as an additional comment for one of the reasons why we got. Wait, Ms. Armour, do you have a comment there?
I was going to confirm that the ground floor retail overlay is applicable to that fourth corner. That is not a housing element site.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. So I do understand, I think, where we're going with it being moot. Though I do have to say that Vice Chair Chang's comment about signaling, I think, is intriguing. One of the reasons why I say that is because both Chair Aiken and Commissioner James referred to the previous report on neighborhoods on El Camino as a basis for what we did in our exercise today. So I think it could be really interesting to draw that back in for a future PTC 10 years from now to say, hey, like this is a node that we had said is an area that we want retail. Just a thought.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I think a future PTC is perfectly capable of bringing that up if they need to. I mean, I don't think we need to do work, and that work is unnecessary now. And I think that's what I'm like, in my opinion, I think this is our third time discussing this and we're almost done. And I think rehashing something like that, it's important to hear Commissioner Chang's words because she wasn't here that day, and it's really important to keep that in the record. So I'm glad you did, but I don't personally want to rehash it. But if other people do, feel free to speak up. But that's just, I don't think marking as a retail node as a bookmark for the future is necessary. Everybody will know if the time comes up or if it becomes necessary. That's perfectly within our capacity to bring back up, or the future PTC members to bring that back up.
Vice Chair Chang.
There's one additional comment here. As I understand it, the commission's rationale was that it was moot, at least for, I believe, the Citibank site, correct? Because that's CC2. And therefore the retail there is protected. Let me see if I can find this. But in the event, again, so we are going to have a lot of additional units of housing coming in. Like Palo Alto Square may eventually be redeveloped, right? You know, decently within walking distance of Cal Ave. McDonald's is going to have 350, I can't remember how many units coming in. Tons of people are coming in, and like, if there's a spot for retail, this is it. So in the event that these sites aren't redeveloped this cycle, and in the event that we find better sites for housing, by drawing a node right now, we protect that retail for the future. I think that's where I'm coming from. It's you know, kind of idealistic, so I understand if it's not where the commission wants to head. But then before I sign off for this topic, there is one additional thing that I would be interested in exploring regarding the big resolution to council, which is I would really like to encourage them to think about, so to consider whether within retail nodes, housing element opportunity sites that are not designated for lower income housing should actually be eligible for retail protection. And so that's why I went down that huge rat hole in the spreadsheet, because as I looked at it, like the good sites for housing, the really good sites for housing, they are already slated for affordable housing. But the other sites, there's many retail sites, little ones, but they don't generate a lot of housing, and because it's difficult to build housing on them, they are not designated appropriate for affordable housing. So the total number of units that we would lose, that we would potentially lose, right? So this is assuming that no housing were built on it, or as a result of the retail protection ordinance, the owner decided not to redevelop. It's 100 units of housing for across all the nodes. And if we're not including the California node, I think it becomes something like 80-ish units of housing. Because most of these sites, I looked at what was projected and it was like 4, 5, or 6 units at a time. And so I don't think counts, because of the nature and which the way that we've been approaching this problem of housing and then separately retail, what happens is that these decisions are made without kind of understanding the impact. And so I really think that if we wanted to ensure the success of these nodes, then council should consider pulling those housing element sites that are within nodes and not for affordable housing, so the small sites, back into a world where the retail is protected. And we're letting go of a lot of the bigger ones. But I'm just trying to, as I looked at this map, I mean, like everything has hash marks there if you look at the central node. And if we really lost all of that, there wouldn't be a lot left over. And so that's just, and so I was like, well, what's the housing? How much housing are we actually getting out of this? The total number of housing element units planned within the current nodes is 405. But for those little sites that don't include affordable housing, it's only 100 units. So there's a cost benefit there. And I'm not sure that that's something that council was aware of at the time that they rolled all the sites together, right? Because we weren't discussing this node concept. We weren't discussing the other accommodations that we were going to make on El Camino, right? Because this is done in conjunction with raising heights a ton in some of the focus area sites. And so now, given the new influx of housing, we've seen a lot of construction on El Camino, a lot of entitlements coming down the line. Now there might actually be even more pedestrians, and it could make these areas a lot more attractive for retail. So it's just, I would like to kind of give City Council a nudge. So my motion would be something like, I would like City Council to consider these smaller housing, making these smaller housing element sites eligible for the RPO again. Within a node, within a node.
All right. Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, I can't think of a better place for housing than the four corners of California and El Camino. You've got all of that retail stretching down California, and when you get to the end of it, you can get on your train, or you can step out your door and catch one of the buses that's going up and down El Camino. But I do think that those corner locations are also great for retail, and I suspect, and that's not there. There are far fewer places in Palo Alto where that's true. It's great for housing and great for retail, and I believe when those corner parcels redevelop, I think the economic factors for the developer will lead them to say, I can make money with retail on the ground floor under housing. And so it'll happen organically. It's tied to the zoning of the property, which is something that I was thinking about. And so I don't want to restrain the housing, by, forcing the retail if the market doesn't want it there, but I believe the market will. I do think there was a point that Commissioner, I think it was G made, and I do think it's important that the messaging here can't be in selecting if the areas of town where we don't include as a node or along El Camino, that's because we don't want retail there. I think that's not the message that we want to send. So I think, and I think it seems like we all agree on that that's not what we're trying to say. And so I'm hoping in the staff report to council, that flavor can be there, that we've selected nodes, that we've identified as sort of best utilization of the RPO. We looked at a lot of other sites, and some of those already have good commercial or retail force through our zoning or possibly PCs, and others we just thought for one reason or another weren't great sites to emphasize retail. But it was really that rather than we were saying this is the only place we want retail is in these nodes. So I hope that message comes through in the staff report to council. I didn't bring my full staff report from the last time we saw this. And so, for example, I wasn't remembering. So when we got this from council, there were a series of nodes, and then there was this giant interim node, right? And so we have, through our motion tonight, picked out some parts of the interim node, and not included other parts. And so this, in this staff report, it says, one of the things, number 7, exclude the remainder of the interim node not discussed in the points above. And so this really ties into, I think, maybe a question that you had of Mr. Yang was whether, is it enough that we just recommend the parts we're recommending, or do we need an affirmative vote to say, and that's it? Or, do we need to expressly remove the California node or the focus area node to make that clear for council?
Yeah, and I believe the direction that we've that Mr. Yang has supported is really what we're looking for here is a recommendation to send this back to council, which we have heard, and direction about what should or shouldn't be included. Going as a starting point with the map that was provided to you in attachment A, and the 4 motions that we have received today about removing NVCAP, but retaining the others as shown on the map and consolidating A, B, and C of the central node into a single node. That provides us enough direction that we can take it to council.
Okay, but on the California node
was removed last time, so it's not shown on attachment A.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. I love it when we nerd out, and I love all of the energy that you have brought tonight. I don't know if everything that you're thinking about has been agendized, and I don't know even if it were, if we'd want to have a motion on it yet. What I would recommend, something to consider, is could we have a study session on that where we could get staff's input and a little bit more analysis for our discussion, because it's interesting. And I think it's something that council needs to consider, but the possibly more fruitful path might be to ask them to come back with a study session. What do you think about that, Vice Chair?
Yes, but I want to, as to whether it's agendized or not, the direction from council was to refer the node to the Planning and Transportation Commission for further discussion and recommendation.
We can ask staff whether it's okay. I mean, that's okay. If it is, then we can debate it, but I'm
also not sure that it's the time, but I have a motion, and if people like have a motion that we could consider if staff says it's okay for us to. It's sort of like, it would be like an addendum to this.
Okay, then I would say, then my comment would be, I would not support having a motion for that at this time, but I would encourage the vice chair to work with the chair and staff to have that discussion at a more appropriate time.
I will defer to Mr. Yang as to whether it is a topic that's appropriate to have discussion and recommendation on this evening.
Do you want to be specific? And this is about whether telling council to rethink how
So,
the
yeah.
retail nodes are treated when it's a housing element site, right?
Right. So my understanding from what the vice chair has said is that her interest would be to propose a motion to recommend to council that they consider allowing the retail preservation ordinance to apply to housing element sites when they are in one of these nodes and when the housing element does not specifically allocate affordable housing or below market rate housing to those sites. And so, Mr. Yang, do you have thoughts on whether this is an acceptable thing to have as part of this agendized item?
I do think it is acceptable as a recommendation for the council to consider. You know, we don't have agendized. We wouldn't be able to make a recommendation that the retail preservation ordinance be amended itself.
All right, we have a couple of comments backed up here. So I want to rotate through those and then maybe we can come back. Commissioner Peterson, was your comment about this subject or was it? Okay, then you're up next. And then Commissioner Heckman.
So on this one, I'm inclined to just leave it the way it is and continue with what we're doing. I think we talked about this last time and I think that was adequate. But what my comment is that this addresses what I think is Stanford lands, and the map doesn't show who the ownership is. But, you know, just from my understanding in the region is that land owned by Stanford gets used and has just a different thought process. It's not a normal commercial property here. I think it ends up being leased out. Some of these aren't leased out. And I think the only carve out is the McDonald's on that entire street. I'm not sure where the Stanford land ends, but it's part of Palo Alto, but it's owned by Stanford. I mean, it's just a massive area. Campus continues into Palo Alto. I don't know if we could pull up a map of who owns that side of the street.
If you could clarify what area you're talking about.
Starting at Wells Fargo, and I'm not sure if it goes across Providian, and you have Vista Center, Wilmer, Hale, the soccer field for sure, because I think they donated the soccer field, at least paying for it in the lease for the land use.
So my understanding is we had moved on from the California node. And so then the recent discussion was about housing element sites in general. But if you've got a question or comment about California node. Yeah. To the city in terms of our regulations, we do apply them regardless of who the property owner is. There are certain areas like the research park that have specific zoning, which is related to the land use that Stanford has in that area. But when looking at what regulations apply, we do not check to see who the property owner is.
And is that considered part of the research park? Is that the furthest extent? Is it from Foothill to El
No,
Camino?
those are commercial zones, not research park. A lot farther along at the intersection with Hanson Way, that corner is a research park designation for a zone. If you look at the zoning map along that further down.
That cover it? Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Pass.
Okay, so the issue at hand is whether to recommend to council that some of the provisions of RPO be applied differently in the retail protection nodes. And I believe you have a more formal statement of the motion. I see no reason not to offer the motion and to see if there's a second and see how things proceed. So if you have a motion ready, please do.
Okay, so I would move that the council consider making the retail protection ordinance apply for housing opportunity sites within the nodes that are not designated as appropriate for lower income housing. Hopefully.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
So I'd just like to reiterate that the way I'm looking at it, having done the analysis, and again, there might be some small errors in the analysis, is that the reason why I want council to think about this is because the amount of housing generated from those sites is relatively small. And what I think could be the benefit of having retail for all the other housing element sites and all the other new housing there could be great. And it also would be great for the existing residents.
All right. I'm going to, I was just wondering whether the appropriate etiquette is to ask for speaking to the second or not before taking comments.
I'll let Commissioner Templeton go first.
All right, Commissioner Templeton, please.
Thank you. I will say again that I do want to study this, and I think relying on making a motion to council based on analysis done by one person alone as something that wasn't explicitly agendized is further than I'm willing to go tonight. I would love to have it come back and talk about it in depth and make sure that we have thought it through more deeply, because sometimes a second set of eyes will help make the discussion better. So that's the reason I would oppose it tonight. But I do think that it's an interesting idea and worth further discussion. I think it's just premature tonight, and so I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Further comments?
May I speak on my second?
Yes, please.
I think the reason why I'm seconding this motion is because we're not recommending that council do this per se. We're just nudging council that they should think about this as an idea. And I think this idea is interesting enough to have council at least be given a motion to think about this.
Commissioner Hackman? Oh, are you finished, yep. Commissioner G?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Hackman.
Question of staff. The item on our agenda tonight, is there any particular time constraint to get it to council?
At this point, the entire interim node, as you first saw at the previous meeting, is in force until we bring back these revisions.
Okay.
So
Right.
that's the timing context. There's no requirement that it be brought back to them at a particular time.
Okay, and they're off, I think, June 20th, no, July 20th through August?
They would not be considering this until at least mid-August.
Oh, okay, so I'd love staff's informed take on this motion. And so really, I'm thinking along the lines that Commissioner Templeton has made. We're having a meeting on July 9th, right? It looks like we're not on the 25th. Both of June are off, but July 9th will be back. And it seems like one possibility would be to continue this item to July 9th. Staff comes back with a report looking at the pros and cons, maybe things that we aren't thinking of, or that Vice Chair Chang didn't discover. We can get a staff report, we can have a discussion and make a motion. And it seems like we won't hold up council in any way, since it's the status quo until we send it to them, and they're not going to hear it until they come back toward the end of the summer anyway. So I'd be supportive of that. I mean, I don't want to, I don't feel like I have enough information to support the motion, but I'd like to get more information so that maybe I could. And so that's a route, maybe we could do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I have a couple of options here. I don't know that a motion is necessary to get our comments in front of the council. So that is also an option. You have said your piece. And that could be included in the report. And the other is, I'm not sure it's going to be hit the same if we're not coming in more vociferous about this, right? If we have not yet come to a conclusion and we have to end up with a split vote for something that we might otherwise get a stronger vote for, that might not be suiting the goal.
Vice Chair Chang.
I'd like to ask staff whether staff has the time to do this within sort of the time frame that right, so if this is going to come back to the commission and staff has to prepare a report, of course, I'll give you my analysis as a starting point. But whether that time frame, does it push, given like the lead time needed, right, for staff to prepare a report, for us to make a decision, and then for it to be included in the council report? My urgency is that I would like this to be considered at the same time the council is thinking about the nodes, right? That's why. But if there's no urgency to think about the nodes, right, or to make that change from interim node to these nodes that we've identified, then I think it's fine to, yeah, so that's my question to staff.
So, thank you for that question. And what it leads me to is to responding with a question as to what additional information you would be looking for in that report. There has been information provided from the city attorney about, what the feasibility is. And so there is some question as to what additional information or context might be needed for that deeper conversation.
I defer to my fellow commissioners.
And Mr. Yang, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I guess I just had two comments. In terms of the urgency of bringing this resolution to the council, it is simply to have some more final direction on the nodes, because the impetus for this work is that the housing element identified retail preservation as a constraint on housing. And so, our job was to reduce the amount of parcels that retail preservation applied to. And so, the council adopted the interim node as a placeholder, but we'd really like to accomplish that goal of having retail preservation apply less broadly. On the other comment I had was that when this the resolution goes to the council, it will be a consent item. And so unless it's pulled, there isn't going to be discussion or consideration on the dais.
Well, does that change anything that for Commissioners Heckman and Templeton?
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yes, my concern here is that sending this as a motion instead of as your opinion, which I think is valid to send it as commissioners discussed this and, whatever we normally include with our discussion notes. Sending it has stronger implications. I think that's why you wanted to make it a motion, right? To send it even more loudly. However, this is happening after we did all of our other motions, and it has implications on all the discussion that we had. And I think it's unfortunately inadvertently going to blur the lines, because we made those motions based on the current understanding. You brought up the current understanding, right? That was the very first thing we discussed. So now, if we're saying we did all that and here's our new understanding, it changes the landscape before anything is settled. So that's why I think from the way that you need to silo when making these kind of recommendations, you don't want to shift all the variables at once. You need to have something decided and stable, and then this other thing, which I think is separate. I think it's a recommendation. I think it's a strong feeling, and I think a lot of us would support it. But if you ship it over there tonight with this as a motion, you're attaching the understanding of all the motions we've made tonight as sort of attached to the recommendation that, and we think all of this should change. But I'm not sure that our discussion would have gone the same way if we had been with the understanding at the beginning of our conversations and our voting that we were also going to recommend this change. Does that make sense? It wasn't really on the table until after all the votes were made.
I see what you're saying, but it's also not again, I want council to think about this.
Okay.
Because they asked PTC to think about what should be done with the nodes.
Well, I
Right.
explicitly asked the staff today, are we just deciding about the outlines or is there anything else? No one at staff said anything about it, and no one on this dais said anything about it until after the votes were taken.
Well, regardless of I understand your perspective, but all I want is to flag that this is for council. And the reason you are absolutely correct. The reason I want it to be a motion is because most times council members don't read our minutes. And we've seen repeatedly where the discussion gets lost, right? Like we've seen that for, other projects. And so I think that this is something that is important to make council understand the impact. Now, they may decide no.
It's going to be on consent. They're not going to change their behavior at all. No reading will happen. Nothing will happen, except we will have made some motion that they'll automatically adopt on consent because they will think we have vetted it and thought it through thoroughly.
But the motion is to consider this. The motion is for council to consider it. If it helps, I can separate it out as a separate motion.
Well, that's why I was suggesting having it as a study session, because then we can consider it ourselves before asking them to consider it. I'm only trying to listen. I'm 99% sure I'm going to agree with you, but I want to have a chance to think about it. You've been studying it all day. None of us had it in our pack. Let me finish. None of us had it in our packet. We haven't had a chance to study it. We can't get on board here except for you did the study. We've had no other people looking at the study. We've had no chance to review it ourselves in the same way. And I personally very respect your analysis. I want to see it. I want to dig in.
No, I understand. So that's why my question to staff still remains sort of, so even if we were to make a study session and then make this recommendation to council, how would that arrive with respect to this? It needs to kind of be done in the same conversation, right? So I think that's my question is to Mr. Yang then.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is an amendment to the retail preservation ordinance or an amendment to the
definition of a node or the
1814, which is, the place 18 and 14 is the place where we've said, here are the standards for housing element opportunity sites. And if you're an opportunity site, you can do 100% residential. Right?
So in that sense, it's not agendized, is it?
Right. So that's why we couldn't, make a recommendation that the change happen. This is sort of the approach that council often takes with their agenda items is, if there's something that is kind of tangentially related, that the council will often make a motion to, have staff return at a later date, but not, actually try to make the change.
So what would you suggest that we do here in this situation?
So I think, your earlier motion would have been acceptable from a Brown Act perspective because, it was just sort of suggesting additional, additional work rather than actually making a change. I think you could also, make a motion asking, staff to bring this back as an ordinance amending 1814 or the retail preservation ordinance.
And then how does it make its way to council?
Then once, if that item comes forward as, amendments to the zoning code, the PTC could take action, make a recommendation on that zoning code amendment, and then the council would consider that ordinance.
And this is the sort of thing where when there are additional tasks that come out of a discussion with PTC, sometimes those are things that are relatively light lifts and staff can just move that forward based on your request and then see if council is interested. Sometimes with workloads, it's not something that we're able to move forward on unless we do get direction from council to do that work. So I think that's why this is a little bit confusing. It may be that the motion might be clearer for the other members of PTC to have it be worded that recommend that council consider directing staff to look into making RPO apply to housing element sites.
I'm much more comfortable with that because
I
that
think
gives
that
us a
makes
chance
sense.
to study it.
Mr. G, you have a comment waiting. Is this
Yeah,
a good time?
I think it might be moot now, but I was just going to echo staff's original question, which is for Commissioners Templeton and Heckman, like what specifically you might be interested in looking at the report, just to make sure that staff has some of the commentary where if they were to look into it, they would know what you might be interested in.
Yes, I think that Mr. Yang identified the underlying issue was that there's an implicit change to the retail ordinance that we need council direction in order to do. And the shift in direction that was suggested by staff, instead of telling council this is what we think you should do, we can ask them, can we look into this more deeply? And that's much more appropriate and gives us a chance to study it thoroughly.
Commissioner Heckman, any additional comments on that?
Yeah, so what was sent to us tonight was the council blanketed El Camino with these interim nodes because they didn't want to take the first shot at fine tuning what the node should be. They wanted us to do that. So they sent it to us asking for us to fix it, make recommendations. But what this is talking about, so what this is talking about is they purposefully adopted the RPO. They purposefully adopted this, the other section 14 that Mr. Yang referenced. What this is saying is, more delicately, council, you may not have thought this through. These other laws that you made, you may not have thought this through. And look at this perspective, look at these, the quantitative benefit to housing versus the quantitative potential detriment to retail, right? So, and that's a very different thing. And so what I would want in a staff report is I would like the staff to tell me about the background of the RPO, not in great detail. I'm not talking about pages, but walk through the steps, the exercise you went through. I would like staff to do that. the restraint on housing concerns of the HCD that were reflected in staff's recommendation of the ordinance that the council adopted. And then I'd like staff's recommendation on whether we should make this recommendation or not, based on that. That's really what I would like if we were going to have a staff report. And again, your concern was that you would really like this to go with the nodes. And so the suggestion I had is if we just continue this to July 9th, which I'm hoping staff had time, because we don't have the June meetings, then it stays with the nodes. And so they don't get the nodes before they get this, right? And so that's why I was thinking the timing would
Right.
work
No,
for you.
so that I was very thankful for your question, and that's why I asked staff.
Yeah.
So that question, does it work?
Yeah.
Right? Is there pressure to get and can staff come back with that additional information such that we can do this? Otherwise, I mean, I think that your suggestion that with I can't remember the change in wording that you suggested, but that would also work if the timing doesn't work in terms of staff resources to do the, I'm just trying to avoid sort of like, it's, even though like legally it's a different ordinance that needs to be changed. When I was talking to some council members about this to try and get color on like, what is it that you want from us? Or what was like, I was being lazy. I didn't want to rewatch the entire council meeting. And they said, well, like, do these nodes make sense? And so in that spirit, I was just trying to think kind of holistically about like, what is it that we actually want here? What is it that we're trying to do here? And this is an issue that like displayed itself very clearly as I was thinking about this. So I can see multiple ways forward here. And it kind of depends on what staff thinks is the most practical, given whatever your time constraints are, as well as the desire to refine the giant node.
It's the kind of thing that I'd like to be able to say we can do. But just thinking about all of the other work that we have, that while this is important and valuable in this moment, in this discussion, when we look at all of the priorities that our department has, that the city attorney's department has, that I'm responsible for at this time, unfortunately, I think we would not be able to commit to bringing that back to you in July.
Then in that case, because I'm very cognizant of the concerns that Commissioner Templeton raised, then I'd like to modify my motion to read as you read.
I can restate it for you if you would like.
Yeah, so I'd like to restate it that way, please, Ms. Armour.
So I will reread this and you can confirm that the motion is to recommend that council consider directing staff to study making the retail protection ordinance apply to housing element sites that are within nodes that are not designated as appropriate for low-income housing.
Yes.
And for the seconder?
Yeah, I'd like to confirm I'm seconding that still.
All right, if there's no other discussion, then let's vote.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank everybody for a very good discussion. I think we came at a good outcome.
And Ms. Armour, thank you very much for that clarification. That turned the tide, I think.
I always like helping us get to conclusion.
All right, I think that concludes that item. So we're now on to commissioner questions, comments, and announcements. Well, I see no one's going to mention the most important and obvious one, our gratitude for the service of Ms. Dow over all these many years. Thank you for keeping us sane and for, yes, and for helping us along in difficult circumstances in many ways at many times. Would anyone else like to comment? Ms. Templeton? Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, yes, I am just so happy for you. I'm happy for us to have had the chance to work with you. You have been so responsive to all of us and taking good care of all of us as well, and just brought a very positive energy to the beginning of every meeting. So thank you for all of that, and I wish you the absolute best in your new place in Portola Valley as the clerk. That's amazing. Great job.
I have a quick question.
And we do have a small token of esteem.
Thank you for all the kind words. I'll definitely miss serving with you guys on these Wednesday nights.
Commissioner Peterson?
Oh, I was just gonna ask Ms. Al, if you could, what is the city clerk? What is the city clerk? What's your new job?
Basically, yeah, like the city clerk does for Palo Alto, but for Portola Valley. It's a much smaller town though.
So it involves the work that she does here for Planning Commission, but for their council as well as responsibilities for elections and other related areas.
Well, congratulations again. And with that, I believe we are adjourned.